us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Honorable members, I have received leave of absence from today's sitting from Councillor Tasha Grace Boris. The leave is granted.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly law brought back from the Parliament. Petitions, papers, presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, select committees, report of the House Committee 2021-2025.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Mr. Presiding Officer, good morning to you. I stand to lay the report from the House Committee of the Tobago House of Assembly 2021 to 2025, 12th session in this House.
Chief Secretary's questions. Questions to secretaries. Questions to all answer.
Mr. Presiding Officer, it is a request of this House to defer all questions to secretaries to the plenary sitting.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries or assistant secretaries. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Private business. Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. And in keeping with Standing Order 42-6 and your leave, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I ask for your permission to refresh my memory through reflection on my speech. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. So, Deputy Presiding Officer, as I rise to move this motion standing in my name on today's order paper, I wish to firstly recognize, and I'm seeing one of my dear residents in the public gallery this morning, so I want to publicly welcome her, Miss Marilyn Spence, and I want to thank the people of Darrell Spring WIM for their unwavering support for this minority, to this A representative over the past 4 years. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as we deliver our final private motion of this legislative term, I want to also thank my family, my friends, my supporters, and most importantly, I wish to thank Almighty God for the strength and the fortitude He has granted upon me, standing in these very prestigious hallows, to be able to stand against the might of 16, while we sit here as the minority bench, only a voice of 2. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this motion reads as follows. Whereas the people of Tobago continue to endure mounting social and economic hardship caused by poor governance, weak fiscal management, and the stagnation of critical development projects, and whereas the Tobago's People Party administration, there has been repeated reckless policy and fiscal decisions that undermines Tobago's economic growth, institutional integrity, and public trust. And whereas one such decision is this administration's ill-advised rejection of the proposed 6.8% budget allocation formula enshrined in the Tobago Island Government Bill legislation, which would have secured approximately $1.45 billion in additional resources for the people of Tobago. And whereas this rejection has denied Tobago the opportunity to stimulate economic, social, and infrastructural development, be it resolved that this House calls on the Executive Council to, one, acknowledge publicly that the rejection of this 6.8% allocation formula has been detrimental to Tobago's economic and social well-being. Two, advocate for budgetary allocations for Tobago and work collaboratively with the national government to implement its provisions for the benefit of the people of Tobago. Three, acknowledge that the people of Tobago, particularly the workers, contractors, service providers, and small business owners, have suffered as a result of this administration's failed policies and fiscal recklessness and poor governance. And be it further resolved, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that this Honorable House reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principle that the welfare, empowerment, and prosperity of the people of Tobago must always be the first and final consideration of every decision made under the Tobago House of Assembly. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is no secret that this administration came into office with big words, unrealistic promises, and fanciful slogans. They assured the people of Tobago that we will fix this. Yet, 3 years later, 11 months, 6 days, 10 hours, and 23 minutes, 4 seconds later, the only thing that they have truly managed to fix, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is themselves and their Trinidad allies. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, contrary to the excuses of my colleagues opposite, this PDP, formerly Independents, and presently TPP members, they have consistently received record-breaking allocations from both PNM and the current UNC-led central government administrations when compared to all previous THA administrations. That's a fact. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, while politicians may misrepresent figures, figures seldomly misrepresent politicians. Accordingly, over the term of this administration, they have been allocated the following. In 2022, $2.35 billion. In 2023, $2.521 billion. In 2024, $2.585 billion. In 2025, $2.599 billion. And in 2026, currently, they have been allocated $2.96 billion. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, what this demonstrates is that year on year, this administration has received consistent increases on their allocation. This amounts over this period to a total representing a whopping $13.015 billion in just under 4 years. I want to repeat that for Tobagonians so you can appreciate that this current administration would have been entrusted with your affairs and allocated over their 4-year term over $13 billion. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, just for context, and I want to go over this very slowly. If there was a fair share of that $13 billion allocation among the 60,000 people living in Tobago, then every resident would have received as a minimum over $500,000. In other words, if this money had been wisely, transparently, and equitably utilized, then every Tobago family should have felt significant and tangible improvements in the quality of their life. Which leads me, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, to the question that every Tobagonian is asking. With $13 billion passing through this Tobago House of Assembly in less than 4 years, where has all the money gone? Because we look around Tobago, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I look in your district, Plymouth, and I am asking, like the rest of residents in Plymouth, where has the $13 billion gone? Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, because if these funds had been properly spent, then no child in Tobago should be going to school hungry, as they are doing now. No family in Tobago, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, should be begging for food to put on their tables. And even worse, no young person should be sitting at home unemployed because they cannot secure a proper job. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it pains me. It pains me to the core as I walk the length and the breadth of Tobago, interacting with ordinary Tobagonians, farmers, construction workers, hoteliers, the fellas on the block. Their cries are consistently similar. They feel betrayed, they feel abandoned, and worst of all, they feel hopeless. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, and so, like any contract worker, this TPP administration must now account for their stewardship. Therefore, you, the people of Tobago, you are now entrusted as their employers. You now have the right, the responsibility, the power, and the moral authority to determine, one, whether they have managed your $13 billion in your best interests. And most importantly, you must ask yourself the question, has my life improved under their watch? This is a question only you, the individual Tobagonian, can answer for yourself. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I deliver this motion, I want to draw to the attention of every Tobagonian the Chief Secretaries and the TPP's billion-dollar betrayal and sellout of Tobago. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I know you might wonder why. As you are aware, in this fiscal year, the Tobago House of Assembly requested 5.9% of the national budget. I want Tobagonians to follow me because we are going to go through some figures. Estimated at $3.724 billion. And you will recall in this very honorable House, the Secretary of Finance stated in her presentation, and I quote, any allocation in the THA's fiscal 2026 allocation that is less than 5.9% will constitute a non-alleviation of the per capita expenditure inequality that has defined the national budget and its appropriation bill since 1962, end quote. Yet, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, only a few months later, when the UNC government presented its 2025-2026 national budget, Tobago was allocated only 5%, or $2.96 billion, out of a national package of over $59,232 million. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, based on the Secretary's own request, the THA received a shortfall of approximately $764 million, along with a $3.5 million cut in development funding, reduced from $205 million in 2024-2025 to $201.5 million in 2025-2026 fiscal period. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am flabbergasted by the hypocrisy of the Secretary of Finance and her flip-flop attitude, because in one breath, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, she condemned any allocation below 5.9% as unfair, but in the next breath, she glowingly welcomed 5% as fiscally fair share. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this betrayal runs deeper. Just last December, you would also recall that the People's National Movement government then passed the Tobago Island Government Bill by way of simple majority. All PNM members voted in support. A bill that came from the people of Tobago, refined through a joint select committee of parliamentarians representing the then PNM government, the then UNC opposition, and of course, independent senators, one of which is a respected Tobagonian in Ms. Maria Dillon Remy. That bill, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, guaranteed, I want to go over that, not begging, not asking, not stooping, not coming cap in hand, but guaranteed Tobagonians and this THA House of Assembly a guaranteed minimum budgetary allocation, and minimum meaning this is the lowest that you can go, of 6.8% of the national budget every year, a hard-won advancement towards financial fairness and autonomy. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that bill was not just ink on paper. It was the result of long consultations across Tobago, and many of us were involved in those consultations. It included our Tobago stalwarts, Mr. Orville London, Mr. Hochoy Charles, remember, former head of the public service, Reginald Dumas, at the time Winston Murray. All these respected Tobagonians were part and parcel of this process, widespread, bipartisan, apolitical process, to come up with a document that represents the dreams and aspirations of every Tobagonian, whether you're red, black, or blue. And they poured into this document their experiences, their wisdom, and their hopes. It represented the belief that Tobagonians deserve to be governed with respect, dignity, and the right to chart our own course. It carried the dreams of families who simply just wanted better for the next generation. It carried the voice of our ancestors, many of them products of slavery, who built this island from the ground up. So we must be clear, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this was not just a bill. This was not a P&M thing. This was a Tobago thing. This was Tobago's voice coming together in one collective, united refrain. It was about Tobago's spirit, yet in one very ill-advised action, selfish at that, our Chief Secretary derailed and denied our Tobagonians the opportunity to fulfill those dreams. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, let us be clear. 6.8% of $59.23 billion amounts to $4.04 billion. When you compare that to the $2.96 billion that Tobago actually received, it therefore means that Tobago lost. I want to go over this very quick. When they said Tobago won by getting 5%, the reality is that by the actions of this very careless, hapless, and selfish Chief Secretary, Tobago lost over $1.04 billion. And this isn't just figures, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer and fellow Tobagonians. This is $1 billion in opportunities denied to the people of Tobago. So when this Chief Secretary urged the UNC to reject the bills, he selfishly, recklessly, and unilaterally, because I don't even think his colleagues, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, had a hand in his decision. Because we sat here as a house, and we debated and agreed that we will come collectively with a process to ensure that as the Tobago House of Assembly, we can go to the Parliament and sit with all parliamentarians and negotiate a position that will ensure that those bills will pass for the benefit of Tobagonians. So let the record show, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this billion-dollar betrayal has cost Tobago not only its autonomy, but it has also cost Tobago economic progress and the welfare of its people. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this is not just about figures, as I said. This is about people's lives. That $1.04 billion represent real opportunities for real Tobagonians. It is the gratuity payment that many public officers, contract workers, many of them perhaps sit right in these hollow halls, would have completed their term, their contract term, and since 2022 to now, many of them are waiting to be paid contract gratuity. Teachers waiting for increments, only to be told there's no money. But yet this Chief Secretary refused an additional $1 billion. It is the unpaid balance owed to many of our creatives, our dancers, drummers, entertainers, artists, calypsonians, who gave their time, their talent, and their heart to festivals such as Heritage, Blue Food Carnival. And while their services were appreciated, they remain unpaid and ignored. It is the farmer who cannot get access to proper equipment or support or a grant. It is the many athletes who come to me saying that they need to travel abroad but can't get funding. It is the mother who went to the Department of Social Protection seeking a small grant to feed her family, perhaps to bury a loved one, or simply to get some rental assistance, only to hear, money done. It is the small business owner who applied for a BDU grant or a loan and was told, all applications are on hold. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, when you drive from Charlottesville to Crown Point, there's potholes, there's more potholes than road. When children study in classrooms that are unconducive for learning, and when Tobago's young professionals, many of whom are disillusioned at this time because they would have done like us and listened to our parents' encouragement to go to school, study hard, learn, go to college, get your degree, and come back and be the change that you want to see. So many of them leave these shores, some in Jamaica, some in Barbados, some in Grenada. I can speak of my own experience studying in the US. And you make sacrifices. And you also make investments. Because some of them, their parents take their last. Imagine a mother who works on a CPEP salary, having to perhaps work like my mother did, 2 jobs, to ensure that these young, bright Tobago minds can in fact get the kind of certification and education to return to shape this island, only to be denied because there's a lack of opportunity, there's a lack of upward mobility and stagnation, and perhaps the only real employment available to them is a 10 on and a 10 off for half the month. And that's the reality facing young Tobagonians at this time under this Tobago People's Party. And while that is happening, while you are hearing we don't have enough money, this Chief Secretary recklessly refused on behalf of those Tobagonians I just described the opportunity to benefit from $1 billion in additional resources. So, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the cumulative loss, because this bill, as you will recall, was brought to the Parliament in 2021. And therefore, had we approved those bills since 2021, it means over the last 4 years, notwithstanding all the increase and the record-breaking allocation received by this administration, Tobago has foregone and Tobago have lost because it's $1 billion in additional revenue per year. One Tobagonians to understand this. By this Chief Secretary's action, he has recklessly derailed Tobagonians from benefiting from $4 billion in additional revenue. And for my friend in settlements who continuously crying about no money to build homes, you could imagine what you could do with $4 billion. For my friend from Bagatelle Bacalet, my current area rep, you could imagine what $4 billion could do for that mega farming project. And for the Secretary of Health, who seemed not to be able to procure proper ambulances for Tobago, you could imagine how many proper functional ambulances we could have bought for the people of Tobago. And if my friend from Darrell Spring Wim, and soon to be former area representative, not Darrell Spring. Take the song bite. Take the song bite. Take the song bite. I know you all will love that, but I'm here for the next 4 years. But if my friend from Scarborough, Montgrace was here, soon to be former representative of Scarborough, Montgrace, because we have a willing, ready, and able, capable woman ready and able to take his throne, he would have appreciated the value of $4 billion to finally finance his Scarborough redevelopment plan. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, you see, this $4 billion that I described for the Chief Secretary and even for the Prime Minister who was here just recently, 2 days ago, seems to mean nothing significant. As the Prime Minister dismissed Tobagonians, and I saw my colleagues chanting and clapping when she boldly said she rejected Tobago's ability to be guaranteed 6.8% of the budgetary allocation of the national budget. And she then went on to say, even more interestingly, well, you don't need autonomy to get a fair share. And I am asking out loud, does 5% represent a fairer share in the budgetary allocation than 6.8%? I am asking the question, is 5% bigger than 6.8%? Because if we are to accept the Prime Minister's rationale, then it tells me that all this current UNC administration, as we heard from the current Minister of Rural Development, see Tobago as worthy of mere 5%, because for them, they said it, the population of Tobago is less than their constituencies in South and Central and various parts of Trinidad. And therefore, she made the point that in terms of budgetary allocation to municipal corporations, that these corporations, though they have 300,000 people, their budgetary allocation is about $112 million. And she then asked out loud, why should Tobago get so much? So we as Tobagonians have to understand the people who come dressed up bearing gifts, because they can very well be Trojan horses. We have to understand when they talk about trying to treat with our land title issues, what that might mean for every Tobagonian who currently does not have titles to their lands. Because I would tell you, in 2010 to 2015, there are many Tobagonians who are telling me, through suspicious RPO projects, they lost their land processes. They lost their lands. And therefore, I'm sounding the alarm to Tobagonians. Be very careful of those bearing gifts. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I cannot ignore this current administration's cruel and deliberate assault on ordinary Tobagonians. Before the last THA election, the Chief Secretary promised, and he said it boldly, bigly, no contract worker would lose their job. That was a promise. I guess a promise is a comfort to her. Yet, shortly after taking office, over 500 Tobagonians fired in the M&E unit in infrastructure, CPU unit OCS, CPEP monthly paid workers, URP workers, employees at TATCO, and many employees across the length and breadth of the THA divisions. Their contracts have not been renewed. These are Tobagonians, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. You are father, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'm sure you can relate to a father or a mother, the breadwinner of a home, being sent home without compensation, without compassion, and without care. And I know they will come to talk about the Ministry of Tobago Development and Petrotrin, but under the PNM, it was publicly campaigned and announced that the Ministry of Tobago Development will not continue to function because it was in fact encroaching on the rights of this very Tobago House of Assembly that we all vouch to protect. And therefore, that was properly, they were given substantial information. It was not hidden. And when it came to Petrochin, those workers were handsomely, I want to repeat it, they were handsomely compensated in cash and with lands. But what did these THA workers receive? Nothing. Imagine in the division of settlements just before Christmas, you know? Imagine that, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, on the cusp of Christmas, the season of merry, joy, happiness, and love. This division of settlements, headed by this secretary, summarily dismissed workers on the eve of Christmas. That is the kind of care, concern, and compassion shown to our dear beloved Tobagonians. And what about the contractors? The PNM first started by Mr. Charles, and I remember Mr. Charles giving this story to us in one of his public forums about garbage truck disposal, where initially all disposal of garbage in Tobago was done by Trinidadian firms. And Mr. Charles said when he became chief secretary, he remembered a visit by a Tobagonian, and he encouraged that Tobagonian that why you all have, when I look, it's only Trinidadians we paying out big checks for garbage disposal. And he encouraged the gentleman to think about getting into the business of garbage disposal. And the gentleman thought about it, returned, and he, as Mr. Charles, gave that gentleman a letter to go to the bank so that he can get his first source of financing to purchase garbage disposal. And the rest is history. Tobagonians now are involved in the disposal of garbage. And so with Mr. London, the same thing. Okay. Mr. Presiding Officer, it's the same thing. We, over a period of time, built up Tobago contractors, so now they are able to pave roads, build houses, construct hospitals, construct schools. And what happened when this TPP administration came into power? They systematically destroyed these contractors one by one. Now these contractors, banks are on their backs. They have to sell, they have to send on workers. Oh, this construction sector outside of the THA employed at the time, 2021, outside of the THA, the most residents of Tobago, over 3,000 workers, being the largest private sector industry in Tobago. And as of today, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this construction sector and these companies, their labor force have been reduced from 3,000 workers to a mere 425 workers. That is over 2,525 Tobagonians placed on the breadline. And if we accept that each Tobago family has about 4 persons, that is over 10,000 Tobagonians affected by the reckless, heartless policies of this administration, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. And we can talk about the corruption because they campaigned on corruption and they try to paint the contractors as corrupt. But while this is happening, $300 million spirited away back to Trinidad. So as it comes to Tobago in one hand, it then goes back to Trinidad by way of contracts. And we have corruption in the ambulance gate. Because I can tell you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, sure. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wave in my hands a 20-page report, 20-page witness statement with over 18 points of documentary evidence to validate that there was, in fact, irregularities in the procurement of those not working dysfunctional ambulance. That is a shame and a stain on this current administration. Over $25 million spent, and up to the day, Tobagonians cannot ride properly in those ambulances. 2 came to Tobago for Carnival, and 2 went back. So we are now leasing again 4 ambulances from the Trinidad Supply Unimed. And if that is not the epitome and the real value of how this administration has failed, that ambulance gate is a testament to the greatest procurement scandal in the history of this THA. And as I close, I want to talk about the abandonment of our people, Mr. Presiding Officer. We are one people. We are Tobagonians first. You and I went to school. The Chief Secretary is my schoolmate. Miss Hackett, the member for Legislature Golden Lane, was above me. And I see many others. And some of you can relate, and we all relate in some way. Yet why is it you would treat your own people like that? Firing people without compensation. Imagine there's a case in the court where Tobagonians took to the court, went to the court, plead their case, got a judgment, and this administration refuses to pay the people. Refuses, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. And you want to say you care? Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to make one final commitment to the people of Tobago as I wrap up in my 1 minute. Is that you can be assured the next PNM administration, because I will still be here as the representative for Darrell Springwib, will ensure that no CPEP worker, no URP worker, no THA worker across the length and breadth of THA will lose their job. You can take our word, because we won't be so wicked, so vindictive, and so callous to Tobagonians, because we believe, and you must come here and apologize today for your actions, your reckless and selfish actions that has denied Tobagonians over $4 billion. And on this, I say, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, Tobago deserves better. And as Tobagonians, we must all put Tobago first in our actions, in our words, and in our deeds. And with those few words, I beg to move.
Is there a seconder for this motion?
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I beg to second this motion and reserve my right to speak at a later time in the debate.
Honourable members, the question posed is, whereas the people of Tobago continue to endure mounting social and economic hardship caused by poor governance, weak fiscal management, and the stagnation of critical development projects, and whereas under the Tobago People's Party administration, there has been repeated reckless policy and fiscal decisions that undermines Tobago's economic growth, institutional integrity, and public trust. And whereas one such decision is this administration's ill-advised rejection of the proposed 6.8% budget allocation formula enshrined in the Tobago Island Government Bill legislation, which would have secured $1.45 billion additional resources for the people of Tobago. And whereas this rejection has denied Tobago the opportunity to stimulate economic, social, and infrastructural development, be it resolved that this House calls on the Executive Council to, 1, acknowledge publicly that the rejection of the 6.8 allocation formula has been detrimental to Tobago's economic and social well-being. 2, advocate for budgetary allocation for Tobago and work collaboratively with the national government to implement its provisions for the benefit of the people of Tobago. 3, acknowledge that the people of Tobago, particularly the workers, contractors, service providers, and small business owners, have suffered as a result of this administration's failed policies, fiscal recklessness, and poor governance. Be it further resolved that this Honourable House reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principle that the welfare, empowerment, and prosperity of the people of Tobago must always be the first and final consideration of everyday decisions made under the Tobago House of Assembly. answer Ms. Palataville, I'll answer Ms. Speyside. You may join the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Thank you, members of this House. And thank you for this opportunity to join this debate. There are times, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, when we come to the House, and this House is supposed to represent for all of Tobago the pinnacle of good logics, common sense, the pinnacle of responsible debate. And then there are moments like this, you listen to the minority leader, and you really have to wonder, why is he even here? And I want to humor the minority leader by using his logics. Because you see, PNM logics equals nonsense. And PNM logics is always geared towards PNM being in power and never really about the empowerment of the people of Tobago. It's always about a selfish gain. And I want to use PNM logics. There was, in fact, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, bills offered to the Parliament on the cusp, just on the margin of the THA elections for January 2021. And I want to state what the facts are. Prior to the election taking place, then Independent Senator Dr. Remy Dillon summoned a meeting among all political parties in the space. I represented the PDP at that time. Dr. Bremner joined me in representing the PDP at that time. The PNM was represented by one, Mr. Ansel Dennis, and by another one, Ms. Tracy Davison Celestine. There was a representation there from CivilNet. There was a representation there, Nkosi Phillips, Mr. Nkosi Phillips. And we sat in the basement of Dr. Dillon's. Mr. Hochoy Charles was the representative of the Tobago Platform of Truth. We sat diligently as Tobagonians in the basement of Dr. Remy's medical practice in Kola Hall. We went through every single line of the bills. We went through the areas that were problematic, had agreement from even the PNM representatives. And then when it came time for us to signal to the Parliament with one voice, you know what the PNM representatives said? They said, well, we will just take the bills as they are. Half a loaf is better than none. Which I took to mean the PNM leader in Trinidad tell them accept the bills as they were, and they refuse to stand with the rest of us in Tobago. That is betrayal. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, if standing together with Mr. Hochoy Charles against a poorly drafted bill that will take away the rights of the people of Tobago is a crime, I accept guilt for that. Unapologetically so. Because I am certain, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, standing on the side with Mr. Hochoy Charles is much more honorable than standing on the side with Keith Rowley and the PNM and the people who have forever been at the necks of the people of Tobago. In fact, I am on record as saying that the worst thing to happen to Tobago since colonialism and slavery is the PNM. That's a fact. And what essentially the minority leader stood in this house and advocated for today is political prostitution. In other words, he's saying, take whatever bill the PNM bring, as flawed as they were, take them because you will get more money. And here is the reality, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. As it now stands, there is no requirement for any law anywhere to give Tobago more money. And if PNM had truly and genuinely loved Tobago, why was the highest they ever allocated to the THA 4.37%? Why never 6.8 that they wanted to put in the bills? In other words, they dangle a carrot over the people of Tobago's head and say, take what I'm giving you if you want this money. That is political prostitution, and that is symptomatic of PNM behavior, not Tobago people's behavior, because we are people who understand what it is to be poor but pious, poor but righteous, poor but standing on the side of that which is right. But the minority leader does not enjoy those principles because he's not from a political institution that shares those principles. And let me tell you what Tobagonians would have missed if Tobago had accepted those bills. And it's not just Farley that rejected those bills. Angus and her less than 1% supporting party, they rejected it. Commentators like Dr. Vanos James, they rejected it. And yet somehow PNM felt that this chief secretary should ignore all the voices of all of Tobago, and accept carte blanche what they were offering. One of the most critical elements missing from their bill was that right for Tobagonians to actually determine how our maritime space should be used. And I want to point out the hypocrisy. I sat in joint select committee meetings, had arguments with then AG Alwari, who felt that the 6 miles we now have, we should not even have that. We were being asked to accept a bill. Look them across, say they want us to accept a bill. That if you want to build a jetty in Tobago, you must go down Trinidad and ask for permission. They want us to accept a bill. That if you want to develop a marine park in Tobago, you must go down Trinidad and ask. Because instead of giving Tobago legislative authority over every single thing that currently exists in the 5th schedule, they took out what they want and give us what they want to give us. The same people who years earlier in 2013 told Tobagonians to reject Kamla's bill because Kamla did not give us 200 miles. Return, big hypocrites they are, and did not even offer 1 mile. But you see, PNM equals hypocrisy. PNM equals wickedness. And PNM equals a kind of bold-facedness that they will stand in this house, tell lies, tell untruths, and stand on that.
Lies on parliamentary and imputing improper motive. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. So I retract the word lies. They are just the biggest strangers to the truth. PNM, that is. And I want to expose who the real traitors to Tobago are. Because I want to go back to 2030. I didn't plan to speak in the debate this earlier. But hearing the poor sense of logic being utilized, I couldn't help but join the debate. I want to go back to 2013. In 2013, a bill was offered. In that bill, Tobago was being offered 8% of the budget. 8% as law. PNM rejected it. PNM walked out on it. Orville rejected it. Ansel rejected it. PNM Tobago rejected it. They didn't consult Tobagonians to ask. They did not consult Tobagonians to ask whether or not they should amend it. I did not.
Leader. When the minority leader was presenting, no one interrupted. I would like the same to happen now, please. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. They consulted no one in Tobago to ask whether or not they should amend the offerings. They didn't even engage. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I engaged. I sat. I wrote position points. We sat in meetings downstairs, Dr. Remy's practice. We went through the thing. We engaged. We didn't just say no, we engaged first. In 2013, PNM didn't even engage, but they rejected 8%. And I want to show the figures. I want to show the billions Tobago would have had if PNM had accepted 8%. Here are the figures, because we're using PNM logics today. In 2013, the national budget was 55.2 billion. If we had accepted 8%, Tobago would have received $4.4 billion. That year, THA got 2.4 billion, a variance of 2.05 billion. 2014, national budget, 58.4 billion. Tobago would have received 4.68 billion. Instead, Tobago got 2.4 billion, a variance of 2.1 or 2.2 billion, rounding it up. 2015, the national budget was 68.8 billion. Tobago would have received in that year 5.5 billion. Instead, Tobago received 2.4 billion, a variance of over 2.9 billion. In 2016, Tobago would have received in 2016, the national budget was 66.6 billion. Tobago would have received 5.3 billion. Instead, we got 2.7 billion. In 2017, when the national budget was 56.1 billion, Tobago would have gotten 4.5 billion. We instead got 2.3 billion. In 2018, when the national budget was 53.1 billion, Tobago would have gotten 4.3 billion. Instead, we got 2.2 billion. 2019, national budget, 54.4 billion. Tobago would have gotten 4.4 billion. Instead, Tobago got 2.2 billion. 2020, when the national budget was 56 billion, Tobago would have gotten 4.5 billion. Instead, we got 2.3 billion. 2021, national budget, 51.8 billion. Tobago would have gotten 4.13 billion. Instead, we got 2.11 billion. 2022, when the national budget was 53.9, let's say 54 billion, Tobago would have gotten 4.3 billion at least. Instead, we got 2,339,000,000.1. In 2023, when the national budget was 61.4 billion, Tobago would have gotten at least $5 billion. You know how much we got? 3,336,000,000. 2024, when the national budget was 61,537,000,000, we would have gotten 4,923,000,000. Instead, we got 2,558,000,000. And for fiscal 2025, when the national budget was 59,741,000,000, Tobago would have gotten 4,779,000,000.3. Instead, we got 2,581,000,000. You know how much the variance is? if 8% was accepted in 2013, Tobago between 2013 and 2025 would have received an extra 29,087,000,000.5. That's the variance. So let's use P&M logic. Since somehow it is Farley fault why we're not getting 6.8, I must say it's P&M fault why we're not getting 8%. And it's P&M fault why we missed over $29 billion. And if we had gotten that $29 billion, then the gratuity owed to me, they're talking about gratuity as though gratuity is a problem today. I had gratuity owing to me since I was a teacher. I last taught in 2017. 2017. Who was in power then? 4 years at P&M when I first entered this house, and still no gratuity. 4 years. 4 years of P&M. 4 years at P&M, no gratuity. They're talking about what we owed. We inherited a debt of over $900 million. That is P&M that did not pay people. And P&M would have been able to pay people that 900 and something million had they accepted this 8% would have given us a variance, give us an extra $29 billion. Maybe at least we would have get a zip line. Or probably not, because we would have still spent the money and we would have still not see a zip line. They would have still spent money on D'Angelo and all know we did and we can't get back with money. Because that is P&M's legacy. They come and try to make you feel as though somehow they just went and get baptized and all of a sudden they become new creatures. They are not new creatures. They're not even sheep. They're not even trying to mask it. And that's why I am saying, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, P&M equals hypocrisy. And there's a reason why we on this side have not campaigned and have not said that the 8% should have been accepted. Because the bill in 2013 was bad. The bills in 2021 were bad. And when they swung it back again before the last general election, they were still bad. And I'm saying to Tobagonians, we will not engage in political prostitution, selling ourselves for $1, just so that we will get the dollar, but at the same time, we will throw away Tobago's right to self-determination. And that is what the minority leader is advocating. The minority leader is advocating that somehow, we should just throw away our values. Don't demand that we have legal rights to make laws over our maritime space. Don't demand that everything that is now in the 5th schedule should remain objects of newfound or new or proposed new legislative authority, that somehow we should give up all of that, give up the dream, the real dream for self-determination to get 6.8%. What is that? That is the real blackmail. That is blackmail. That is treacherous. And I want to say it here, any Tobagonian who suggests that we should just accept the money, even when the bills are bad, you are a pseudo-Tobagonian. You are no real Tobagonian. You are no real Tobagonian, and you do not have Tobago's interests at heart. But if we're using P&M logics today, the reason Tobago did not get 29,087,000,000 is because they rejected 8%. And let me show you how P&M hypocrisy knows no bounds. You walk out of the parliament on 8%, walk back in as prime minister and offer 6.8. If 8% was bad, if 8% wasn't good enough, why the hell you didn't offer more? Why in God's name you didn't offer more? If you didn't love with so much, why you didn't offer 10? I will assume that if 8% was horrible, you would have come and at least offer 8.1. But you didn't offer 8.1, you offer 6.8, not even 6.9, which is the current top of the range of the DRC recommendation and then trying to mask that as love. That is abuse. You know what PNM come like? They come like them men that just beat up their wife and then bring flowers. But I thank God, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I did not disturb him. That's not abusive language. What's abusive is PNM. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. But I thank God that in December 2021, we were finally able to break free of Stockholm Syndrome. After 21 years of constant abuse, 21 years of being beaten upon, and being given a little rose ever so often, now and again, to say I love you. Thank God Tobagonians have walked away from such an abusive relationship. And yes, like someone in an abusive relationship, sometimes when you walk away, you just get some rough days, you know. Because sometimes when you walk away, you're walking away from house, car, the man, money, and everything that you had. You're walking away from comfort. But there is nothing to beat the fact that you're on your own. You're no longer being beaten upon. You're no longer being abused. You're no longer being taken for granted. And now that you're seeing a better day, now that things are better, the worthless ex that was abusive trying to come back and trying to twist the truth and mask the truth in an effort to get us back. But there will be no going back. There will be no going back. And I want to demonstrate some ways in which things are better, and other members will share. I am 100% confident that this administration has paid more monies on gratuity than any previous administration in any 4-year period. As a fact, we have paid more gratuity to teachers on contracts. We have paid more increments than any previous ones because we cleaned up all that they were not paying and paying what we have to pay.
250 million.
In fact, you know what we have paid? Secretary of Finance is there. We have paid to date $215 million in gratuity as a fact. And it's not even 4 years. $215 million in gratuity. We have paid $215 million. I dare PNM to say in which 4-year period they had that they spent even close to $215 million in gratuity. That's a fact. But you come in this house with untruth about gratuities not being paid when we have in fact paid more on gratuity than any previous administration. Let me give you another benchmark, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. They talk about CPEP and URP. PNM didn't really love CPEP and URP. What PNM had was a top-heavy structure, a few favored friends, giving big money at the top, and not paying the CPEP and URP workers better. What we did was we structured the top, have a leaner top with less people at the top, and we, not central government, we paid CPEP and URP workers a living wage and paid them more than their counterparts in Trinidad. We did that, not PNM. And I want to warn Tobagonians that if PNM ever come back here, they will cancel that out. Because when they were here, for the whole time they were here, they could not find it in their heart and in the budget to actually pay the workers a living wage and pay them better. We had to come into office to rescue them and pay them that. And this talk about CPEP and URP workers losing their jobs. Well, this is not Keith Rowley speaking, who told the nation that nobody in Petrotrin will go home, and as soon as the election done, he sent all of them home. I am saying it here that not only have we improved the working conditions and the wages of CPEP and URP workers,
So keep it down. I'm not saying don't talk and communicate, but you're getting loud.
thank you for your protection, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. You see, I listened to them carefully. right? And I'm saying it, that the CPEP and URP workers continue to enjoy our protection. And the litter eradication program, the development workers in Agri. When we came into office, people were retiring from the development program in Agri. Not a single benefit in place for them. They work all the years in that development program, started by Hilton Sandy and Spencer and others. Not a plan in place for the retirement. We are the ones who put a plan in place for them for the retirement. Look at that. We're talking about human development and the development of our workforce at Datas. We get on average 500,000 every fiscal year for Datas. And guess what? We have pushed and pushed where we are now spending on average.
Remember, you have 5 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Thank you. We are spending on average, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, upwards of $5 million every fiscal year, from 500,000 to over 5 million every year on Datas. Every year on Datas. And not only that, when we came into office and we look into the contingencies account, that is the one account we're supposed to be able to tap into for a rainy day. And a former management accountant in here, so she should know. Yes. That is the same former management accountant, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. When I became Secretary of Finance, we had to send a worker to get a flash drive because she wiped out every data from the THA computer. Yes. Having a former godliness, denying body of wicked, and coming here to behave as though they write us wicked. Right? I waited on them. That's how we end up getting back some data. That's how we end up getting back some data. And the writing here staying. That's the fact. Right? And I want to say, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that contingencies account had about what? 300,000. That's all. That's all. But you know what we did because of we are fiscally responsible from our very first budget. We decided that every single fiscal year we'll put 5% of our budget into that fund. Thank God. Because when the oil spill came, not a cent from central government, thank God we had that account, which at that time had gone to $15 million. That's what we used to mobilize for the oil spill. And even after the oil spill, and we sent down the requests, they gave $50 million, which at that time could only pay the bills up to April of that year. Did not cater for the bills that will come after April. And then to hear a former Prime Minister stand on a platform and tell an untruth about us asking for Prado, for 2 Prado, which was a blatant untruth in an attempt to win an election. It hurt to the workers in Tima, who had to work night and day and work extra, who we asked for monies to pay something more because of how they worked. One worker in Tima ended up with a stroke, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. But you know one thing about us Tobagonians, we understand that when the enemy of Tobago is trying to punish us, we just find a way to rise above all of the punishments. And they tried everything, and that's why they lose the last election. Because Tobagonians are not stupid. Tobagonians are not stupid. And that's why we are hearing you over there, because they're not stupid. And that's why you wouldn't even be there next term, because they're not stupid. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer.
And cool out. Continue.
And I want to close. I was giving some examples of how we have gone above on the deliveries. But there are 2 things I want to share before I close. One is which there is this misconception that the contractors whose bills we inherited, that they are not being paid. And that's a lie. Sorry. That's an untruth. Here are the facts. We did an audit. The audit recommended what ought to be paid and what should not be paid. In that audit, we saw, and I presented results in this house, we saw in that audit where people build the THA, sometimes for a kilometer road, when they only did 3/4 of that or a quarter of that. Build the THA for certain thickness, and where we did the coring,
I rise on standing order 45, 8, which speaks to sub judice. These matters are
Member, continue with your presentation.
Thank you. Because you raise things in the house, and when I'm answering with the facts, all of a sudden, it's sub judice. Right? And here's what the facts are. The facts are, when the audit was done, we saw the THA was being billed for work that was actually not done. And so we have been paying, as funds are available, for work that was actually done. And every single one of those contractors received some payments.
Member, your speaking time has elapsed.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I beg to move that the speaking time for the Chief Secretary be extended by a further 10 minutes.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Member, you have 10 minutes of additional speaking time. You may continue your presentation.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I was making a point. Every single one of them have received payments. And let's be real. In one program, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. If the THA adopts a position where all we will do is pay the debt, then there will be no development spend for anything else. We won't spend as much as we spend on school repairs. We won't be able to do any other development work, no playing field, no grants, no food hub, no being built in Mason Hall, no fishing depot to fix. We could decide to do no development work and only pay the contractors. And even if we do that, we will still not have enough to pay down the debt. And so what we do every single fiscal is pay some and some and some as we manage the debt. That's how governments work. And here is the part that is really sub judice, because I know the minority leader have been publicly supporting some, including one who is accused of stealing quarrying materials in Trinidad. And the High Court took away equipment. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Where's the fact?
The High Court agreed with the police that the equipment must be seized because it was stealing material.
Standing order 45-5, this gentleman...
The minority leader associates himself with thieves.
Mr. Deputy, thank you.
Member for Palativale and some Speyside. Member for Palativale and some
Yes.
Speyside, your motives.
Thank you.
Statement.
Please withdraw the statement.
I withdraw this statement, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. I will say it outside because I'm confident.
All right, come on.
I'm confident.
I want to say it outside.
And while the minority leader is at it, can the minority leader tell his friends to respond to the pre-action protocol letter? Because we are in fact going to court with those contractors that have robbed the Tobago, and they will pay back every cent that they robbed the island of. But I want to end by bringing home the point about wickedness and vindictiveness. About wickedness and vindictiveness. Because the minority leader will have you believe that somehow we just mercilessly, callously, carelessly just come in and just fire people. We had a monitoring and evaluation department in infrastructure. When you go through that department, and by the way, that court case was concluded, and all the monies that they were hoping to get from the THA, they did not get. They did not get. In fact, they were hoping to get more money, and the only monies they got is actually what we propose to pay. That's the fact of the case. Go back and look at the court filings. Look at how much they asked for. And look at how much they were given. In fact, the court basically said all that we owe them is really gratuity benefits, and there were no interests assigned to it in the way they wanted it applied, those workers. But we had a monitoring and evaluation department, no engineering skill. Imagine a group of people monitoring and evaluating the works of the divisional works, right? The works of engineers, the works of contractors in communities, but none of them in there no engineer. None of them had no qualification in a technical way to really monitor and evaluate the actual works being done. Tell me how that making sense. And then we had a community partnership program. And I want to clear the air because I answered a question in this house on that matter. And that, as a matter of fact, as I said before in the answer, is still before the court. Because I am confident that the industrial court got it wrong. That's not a department that I want in the office of the chief secretary. And any government has a right to determine what departments it needs for the carrying out of its function and its policy. But let me show you true wickedness and vindictiveness. Wickedness and vindictiveness is the THA through Study Park applying for an export license since 2022 and only getting it because of government change. Wickedness and vindictiveness is allowing the THA to do a draw for 50-something homeowners in Riseland, expecting the $20 million to do the infrastructural work so that we could then give contractors to build out those houses. And instead of us getting the money, they decide to spirit it away to their Trini friends. Wickedness and vindictiveness, after having us sit and do all the work for moving town country planning to Tobago, is to refuse to do so. In fact, that's bad mind. Wickedness and vindictiveness, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is equivalent to us getting an approval just before coming into office. The THA got an approval for the CAF $100 million fund. And because the government changed, the ministry and Minister of Finance refused to sign off for us to get that money. It's only now that is now becoming available to the people of Tobago. Wickedness and vindictiveness is equivalent, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, to there being an IDB program for urban development. Secretary for Food Security did all the work for redevelopment in botanical gardens. Infrastructure did all the work for the roundabout down by Coast Guard Junction.
You have 4 minutes of speaking time remaining.
And for the moving of those overhead lines underground. And wickedness and vindictiveness is refusing to sign up so we can have access to those funds to do the development work in Scarborough. That's wickedness and vindictiveness. But God don't sleep. He doesn't even wear pajamas. He's always present and on time. And one thing I'm confident in is my God. Very confident. And very confident that we will be vindicated whenever the election is called. And I know this motion is the last hurrah. Trying desperately to get a narrative to stick. To get something to start a campaign. Desperately. Trying desperately to find something to say amidst a world of overperformance. Trying desperately just to see if he has something to say. But the facts are clear. If it is, I am to be blamed for 6.8, then every one of them have to be blamed for 8%. Every one of them have to be blamed for $29 billion. If we use P&M logics. But P&M logics and donkey logics is the same. And so in the words of former Prime Minister Father of the nation, let the jackass bray.
So this is our chief secretary. Children are listening to him. This is unparliamentary language. Deputy presiding officer, we are going to allow these words in this honorable house.
So Dr. Eric Williams not honorable anymore?
It in the parliament.
Member,
Dr. Williams not honorable anymore?
For ruling for him to withdraw.
no, I'm not going to make that ruling because those were his words.
In the parliament? In the parliament?
Quoted it, verbatim.
Oh, they're a real good boy. Wow. Wow. Tobago looking.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Colleagues all, greetings to the people of Roxborough, Argyle, as far as they'll afford. Okay. They gave me this thing. I like it. I like looks, but it may distract from my suit. Trying to pick up with Farley, the assemblyman across there. My colleagues, I want to say I'm here today on behalf of my people from Dallaford, Louisdore, Betsy Hope, Roxborough, Argyle, Kendall, etc. They are concerned about the motion raised, and they are concerned over the fact that much ado about nothing. I will seek to read and address various parts of this motion. Whereas the people of Tobago continue to endure mounting social and economic hardship caused by poor governance, weak fiscal management, and the stagnation of critical development projects. And whereas under the Tobago People Party administration, there has been repeated reckless policy and fiscal decision that undermines Tobago economic growth, institutional integrity, and public trust. And whereas one such decision is this administration's ill-advised rejection of the proposed 6.8% budget allocation formula enshrined in the Tobago Island Government Bill legislation, which would have secured approximately 1.4 billion additional resources for the people of Tobago. And whereas this rejection has denied Tobago the opportunity to stimulate economic, social, and infrastructural development, be it resolved, and I'm just reading it just to refocus us a bit, be it resolved that this House calls on the Executive Council to, one, acknowledge publicly that the rejection of the 6.8 allocation formula has been detrimental to Tobago economic and social well-being. Two, advocate for budgetary allocation for Tobago and work collaboratively with the national government to implement its provision for the benefit of the people of Tobago. Three, acknowledge that the people of Tobago, particularly to the workers, contractors, service providers, and small business owners, have suffered as a result of this administration, failed policies, fiscal recklessness, and poor governance. And finally, be it resolved that this honorable House reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principle that the welfare, empowerment, and prosperity of the people of Tobago must always be first and final consideration of everyday decisions under the Tobago House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I want to drop it like it's hot. I relish the final resolve in my colleague, the minority leader's statement. where he say, be it further resolved that this honorable House reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principle that the welfare, empowerment, and prosperity of the people of Tobago must always be the first and final consideration of everyday decisions that made under the Tobago House of Assembly. I wish to repeat a third time because I relish the statement. I love it. I enjoy this last statement. And I come back from the top and knock it all the way down till I get back to the bottom. Be it further resolved that this honorable House reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principle that the welfare, empowerment, and prosperity of the people of Tobago must always be the first and final consideration of everyday decisions made under the Tobago House of Assembly. I was listening to some music coming down to the house this morning. And one of my favorite artists, some of us may not know him because we listen to Vibes Cartel and Massacre and 450 and these young people. You know all of these young people. But one of my favorite artists is a man who is now old and retired, but had a golden voice. His name was Jimmy Cliff. And he sang a song that took hold of me as I knew I was coming and preparing my mind mentally to deal with this. He said, hypocrites, all of you hypocrites, you're going to pay the price someday. A transformation has taken place in this house, or this house is being transformed. We used to sit on this side. Now, we are sitting on that side. I say we because I want to deal with something a little bit earlier. My good friend on that side, member for Palatoville and some area, said he attended some constitutional meeting on behalf of the PDP. I wish to remind him you are still PDP in your blood. It's in your blood. And I know blue clothes are selling all over the place. I'm glad for that. But he is still PDP. Until this term ends, they have only gained entrance into this place by the PDP. And so, let me come back on my point again to say this. A transformation is taking place in Tobago. Transformations are generally ugly until they are completed. Generally ugly. If you have ever repaired a house, repaired a car, fixed a rotten tooth, or even deal with a back that is strained or sprained or inflamed, you will understand it gets uglier before it gets better. And so what we have been seeing, the challenges that we have been facing with my colleagues on that side, I want to think that it's going to get uglier before it gets better. I'm not praising any ugliness, but that's just a cost of growth and development. In a simple process for a tadpole to become a frog, it has to go through the metamorphosis phase, and it gets uglier before it gets better. For a caterpillar to become a butterfly, it has to go through a phase. It has to get uglier before it gets better. So when my brother, my colleague, my minority leader on this side, when he says that it should be something for this honorable house to have an unwavering commitment to the principle that the welfare, the empowerment, and the prosperity of the Tobago people must always be the first and final consideration I asked, where was that for the last 21 years before these newbies took over? I asked, where was it? And I go back to what his colleague, former Assemblyman Ansel Dennis, was saying while he was in my district a few nights ago having a meeting. He said that they didn't get all 21 years straight like that. They got 4 years first. They sat an exam. I listened to him. I don't oftentimes do, but I did. I must admit that. And when they went back for the first exam, they passed it. People like what they see. The second exam, they passed it, and they got 21 years altogether. Well, if they were looking after the welfare and the prosperity of Tobagonians as their first and final remit, they would not have been out of the house. You know, the PDP, and I say it on record, totally extinguished them. He's only here by the skin of his teeth. And if you know what enamel looks like, if you know what enamel looks like, it's very thin. Enamel is very thin. It's more thin than your skin. So any little break in that cusp of enamel hurts your teeth like trouble. He is only here by the skin of his teeth. He should be grateful for the mercies of God and the PDP. I heard they say, Macros, I told you that's still PDP. I told you that's still PDP. They know when the choir master is on his feet to give the chorus. They said it. By the mercies of God. Because this is hypocrisy. According to Jimmy Cliff. Hypocrites, all of you, hypocrites, you're going to pay the price one day. They did pay the price in 2021, and now they are squirming, they are whining in their seat like little children who are told by their parents, leave the ball and come inside now. They were frolicking outside all along, screaming, bareback, running up and down the place, wasting time. Now the people of Tobago have called them to task and say, come inside now. That they want to go back out and play again. Play it what? Our money? Let me deal with the issue that was long buried, and my brother, the minority, my good friend and colleague, sought to not resuscitate, but he sought to unearth and somewhat slap back some life in. But you can't beat a dead man back into life. 6.8% is a nightmare to Tobagonians. We will not put God out of our thoughts and agree with any figure that your political organization places as a starter mark. We have seen from since 2001 with the dispute resolution, you all could have moved the figure from 4.03 to 6.9, but you all stayed on the 4.03 for years. For over 10 years, you all stayed on that 4.03. Nothing stopped you all. Nothing. We beg, even with a PNM government in Tobago, nothing stopped you all at all whatsoever. Nothing. But again, as you said, you all failed. You all failed to commit to the principle of welfare, empowerment, and the prosperity of Tobago people. But you put it here, as if to say your government hasn't come in yet, to powers yet, and you are longing for a chance to get inside, to show people commitment, to show Tobago what prosperity looks like. You all had it for years, and throw it away. The song just keep ringing in my ears. Hypocrites. All of you hypocrites. You know, one of the things about Jimmy Cliff, he was very descriptive, you know. He said, you dirty hypocrites. They are not hypocrites, I will say. But like Bob Marley, who the cap fit, let them wear it. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we would have gotten a THA amendment bill called a Constitution / Tobago Amendment Bill Constitutional Amendment / Tobago Bill of 2013, introduced by the UNC in Trinidad House of Representatives. It promised to give Tobago 6.9% of the budget to 8.0% of the budget. That is under Clause 9. 6.9. That was in 2013. In 2021, under the PNM, they introduced a bill into the same house. Why is he so excited? In 2021, the PNM introduced a bill into the House, offering Tobago a minimum of 6.8% of the budget. We know the minimum of the PNM is always final. They never move from that. We have experience. After 10 years of experience, PNM in Trinidad, PNM in Tobago, I mean, we know it doesn't get better than that. Gentlemen, could you please control yourself, my colleagues? I know you're all excited.
Members.
Thank you.
Member for Palatoville and Somishala.
I know the House seems to be coming alive now.
Please, allow the member to
Thank you.
present.
And I require injury time. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, in 2013, let me rephrase again, I don't want the trend of thought to be broken. In 2013, the UNC came with a bill to the House of Representatives, offering Tobagonians between 6.9 to 8.0%, with the possibility of amending it. There's a clause that says, with the possibility of amending it. In 2021, 8 years later, came the PNM with another constitutional amendment bill offering Tobago between 6.8% plus. But we know their plus. Their plus is a minus. When the dispute resolution offered Tobago between 4.03 to 6.9, we had PNM government in Trinidad, PNM government in Tobago. We had the former Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Patrick Manning, coming and saying, this is my beloved son, in whom I'm well pleased. But his son was not pleasing him, because he keep giving his son 4.03. 4.03. You know? And so we will not trust them with any 6.08. 6.8. Mr. Presiding Officer, if 8 years ago, in 2013, the UNC offered 6.8 to 8%, 6.9 to 8%, if they offered that, 6.9 starting and ending at 8%, what is wrong with these hypocritical people to come 8 years later and offer the starting figure 6.8? Let's go further back. In 2001, when the Dispute Resolution Committee ruled, they carried the highest end 4.03 to 6.9. One would think that if you're coming to adjust the figures up, they will start at 6.9. But no, they have cut into the 6.9 and say, we're going to start you off, not even at the maximum end. Yeah? They have come some 20 years later after the dispute resolution offered that and say, we're going to start you back under what they have offered. Hypocrites. I like this song. Dirty hypocrites, you're going to pay the price one day. There's something called the time value of money. The cumulative effect of inflation. And when I say cumulative, I mean the added effect of inflation. You add inflation over all the years, starting with 2013, that's when they offer the money. That year come at 0, right? 0. So you're now adding that over right up to 2025, you are going to have, after a 12-year period, a 46% average a 46% increase in inflation. You with me so far? Follow me. No, we have the able accounting officer here. My skill is no different from yours. My jack of all trade. It means that if you were paying $100 for a bag of rice in 2013, that same bag of rice will cost about $146 today. It meant that if we were supposed to get, if we had accepted that 6.9% or 8% increase in Tobago, based on the time value of that money, it was somewhere between 11 and 12% insofar as value. And that would have helped us to deal with inflation, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. It would have helped us. The value of that money brought forward will be between 11 to 12%, around there. They didn't cater for that. Over time, Tobagonians have been struggling because of inflation and nothing to deal with it. When they had the opportunity in 2013 to agree, they refused it. They refused. And they come here with this jokey paper saying to us that they should apologize for not accepting the 6.8%. I can't see that. Even though they're wearing different colors there now, it doesn't mean anything. When they take it off, their skin is still black. Your skin is still black when they take it off. Right? So I'm saying to you, we reject your point of view. We reject your point of view. But we accept the fact that we in this house, all of us, must commit to the principles that the welfare and empowerment and prosperity of Tobagonians must be the first and final issue. We do not need puppy show inside here. We do not need people saying, because I'm red and you are blue. All of us here must come together as one. There's a reason for this horseshoe, you know. The only place I used to sit around a horseshoe was in the CPO's office. In the CPO's office, there's a horseshoe. Something like this. Because there's no head and there's no tail in the CPO's office. And we sit down and we negotiate. And we come together as one at the end of the day. The time has come when we must put aside the party politics and see Tobago as undeveloped as it is and yearning for more development. The time must come when politics must not divide us as enemies, but bring us closer as brothers and sisters. The funny thing is that we are on our last official term, month, I should say. After next month, the House dissolves naturally on its own by the 10th of next month. And it's election time. Some of us are going to face the polls, some may not face the polls. And even if all of us face the poll, we will have to give an account. But you all have been a good bunch. I mean, I think everyone has been a good bunch. People learn at different strengths, different weaknesses. Sometimes it takes a person a long time to learn sometimes. Sometimes some person catch it quick. But do not discount those who take a long time to learn something, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Sometimes when they learn it, they well learn it. They may take a long time to get into the learning process. And I want to think that my colleague on that side across there and my team, I say, so that time across here, I gave them, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I gave them a 4-year free. Free. A full 4 years free. I gave all of them that. Courtesy the PDP. I can't promise them the next 4 years. I can't promise you that. The learning curve had been steep, it had been rough. Nobody there with any experience came into this job. Tobago understands that. But to whom much is given, much is expected. And I want to challenge my colleagues on that side. My support of you today on this issue is not a carte blanche support, just support so. I'm saying, should you be given another opportunity, pull all yourself together. Pull all yourself together and ensure, in the words of the Assemblyman's conclusion here, that you all commit to Tobago the principles of welfare, empowerment, and prosperity, that all of us in Tobago can enjoy a better day. It doesn't matter how long you stay in office or how much money you leave with. What matters is whether or not we have seen a transformed society. I'm not sure I'll be here next term. And I'm not saying I'm leaving either. Don't get wrong. Don't get twisted. So don't feel I'm leaving. I'm just saying I'm not sure I'm in a better decision.
You have 5 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Thank you. I'm not sure I'll be here. I'm getting old for this thing. Maybe best at the show. But I do hope and understand, I do hope my colleagues understand and appreciate the effort I made here to ensure there is a level of balance in Tobago. Before I came, when we sat here, those on that side, when they were close on that side, those obstinate, those rude and vicious, When you hear them talk about my two colleagues on this side and myself, you will swear we were vagrants and we wandered inside here. We didn't belong inside here. The most derogatory words, if you hear them when they're in power, don't feel, not these two decent people here, but the party they represent. When they're in power, they're the most vicious and vile people on that side. They will use the most heinous description to describe you. Now they're outside, they play nice. Hypocrites, all of you hypocrites. I want to say that we struggled hard to get on that side. Very hard. And I want each and every one of you to appreciate how you get across there. Don't take it for granted. Don't take it for granted. Some of you may have not have even seen the light of day to go across it. It's struggle. Like I said, a revolution. All of Tobago was behind all of us. Not just me, all of us. We won it. What did we deliver? I will simply say the challenges were great, the experiences were few, the learning curve was steep. You struggle, but you have gotten to the end now. You cannot repeat failure over and over again and expect mercy from a public who is yearning for better. You will have to do better. And I pray to God that should Tobago give you another chance, you all have to man up and woman up and do what needs to be done. Madam, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to thank you. I want to thank my colleagues. In the event you don't hear my voice here again, it was a good 4 years, and I tell something, I love this side. This side across here, you see everything. That side across here, you get blind. Thank you.
Councillor, you may now join the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Let me say that it is always an honor to be a part of the debate in this August House. And I want to go on record as thanking the Chief Secretary for giving me the opportunity to be a part of his executive. I must say that I looked at the motion and I can't say that I'm disappointed because I think the minority leader has been consistent. Over the last 4 years that we have been in this house, I think that all the contributions have basically been the same. You can literally be outside of the chamber and know how to respond to the minority because the contributions have been the same. And I want to crave your indulgence because I'm a teacher. I will always be a teacher. And when I looked at the resolutions, because this House is about bringing motions that will impact on the persons, on the people who live in Tobago. In some way, there should be some improvement to their lives. It should highlight some issue that Tobagonians are facing, and you should propose some kind of solution to improve on that issue. But when I look at, be it resolved that this House calls on the executive to acknowledge publicly, advocate for budgetary allocations for Tobago, and then it asks again about acknowledgement of the fact that this administration has mismanaged, because those are the words. I see this motion as empty, vacuous, because how do the people of Tobago benefit even from this motion when you are asking this administration to admit that they have more or less, I'm going to use my own words, failed the people? I am very concerned, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, because if this is the quality of what we are going to be getting, then we have no choice but to return the TPP administration to the governance of Tobago. We have no choice. And as was said earlier, this, in my estimation, is the start of an election campaign. And as I said earlier as well, I am not surprised. This administration has shown constantly that they are concerned about the people of Tobago. They are concerned about responsible governance. What I am going to do, and what I am going to do in my few minutes that I have, is very, very quickly show the comparison of performance at some, just about 2 divisions or 3 divisions, between this administration over the last 4 years, and I'm going to use the period just before this administration came to office. Because at the end of the day, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And it is okay to stand here and make wild accusations about who don't care about Tobago and who has been mismanaging Tobago and all of that. But the figures don't lie. The figures don't lie. So that I asked my good colleague, Secretary Pantin, to just simply, just one instance, so that under the previous administration, the Scarborough market was refurbished at an approximate cost of about 40 million. 1 building, and it is not even complete. 1 building, 40 million. I have here, under our administration, the Shore Park Food Hub was refurbished at a cost of $1,439,714.38. Charlottesville Craft Market, $137,377.35. And why I'm making the point, because I'm showing Tobagonians that you get value for money under this administration. Right? The Barbados Fish Facility, $1,515,066.50. Palatubia Fish Facility, Phase 1, $820,350. Roxborough Fish Facility, $832,484. Culloden Fish Facility, $731,153.43. Charlottesville Fish Facility, $552,880. Bloody Bay West Stop, $703,991.70. Scarborough Abattoir, $434,516. Look at how many facilities that were refurbished under this administration for less than $1 million that have impacted throughout this entire island of Tobago. All completed, no cost overrun, and the people of Tobago have been benefiting from that. We have one market, not rebuilt, refurbished for almost $40 million. And the minority has the gall to come into this August House and talk about mismanagement and the way we treat the people of Tobago and all of that. I want to mention one other thing because I don't want to, there are so many things that I want to talk about. And this is about management because the argument is that this administration has been mismanaging the affairs of Tobago. So I'm showing how we manage the affairs, right? The capital of paradise. I want to mention that because that is a prime example of what was happening before this administration came into office. The vessel was reportedly bought for approximately $6 million under the former administration. The vessel was not used, and the berthing fee for that was US $182,500, approximately $1.2 million of taxpayers' money. When this administration came into office and Secretary Pantin inherited that issue, the vessel was repaired and relaunched approximately for $1.8 million. But this is the good news for the Tobagonians. This is good news for Tobagonians that I want people to understand. The vessel has since generated $4.7 million. And that is the kind of responsible government that the people of Tobago deserve. So while we are here and we are hearing rants about mismanagement and sending home persons and so on, the reality is that this government has always been responsible and has always taken Tobago people seriously and managing the affairs of Tobagonians in a very responsible manner. I want to touch on education briefly. And there is something that I really want to talk about because it is in the public space. And while it may seem simple, it is very important to the teachers of Tobago. While I was Tobago officer and tutor from 2014 to 2017, the issue of extended leave approval for Tobago teachers languished in the Ministry of Education in Trinidad for many, many years. And it was something that was fought very, very astutely because it was important for teachers. I remember that that issue was raised under the previous Secretary of Education, Gary Melville. It was raised under Secretary Cadet. It was raised under Secretary Kelvin Charles. And no relief to the teachers of Tobago came. And in 4 years, actually less than 4 years, this administration has managed to get teachers in Tobago leave to be classified here in Tobago. And that shows the kind of commitment that we have to teachers and the population. So that when we are hearing constantly that people are saying that they care about us and they have Tobago at heart, the concern is that, as was mentioned by my chief secretary, it's not for you to say you love me, but it's for you to demonstrate in your actions that you do. And I can say that that has not been happening in Tobago under the PNM government. Because it is strange now to hear my colleague advocating for a greater pie share of the budget. And while we were advocating in this same house they were making the point that we were getting enough. But as soon as the government changed in Trinidad, we're not getting enough again. So now we can advocate for more. I don't want to use the word hypocrisy. But how could you flip-flop like that? To me, it is easy. It is easy if you really have Tobago at heart, then you don't have a problem. You will know exactly where you stand. But when you have political intentions, you are going to move in the direction that you believe will give you the best political mileage. And for the minority leader to stand in this house today and to say to us that we are not getting enough in the budget, I'm wondering what is happening. I don't know if it's bipolar. I don't know what it is, because just a few months ago, you were saying that we were getting enough and mismanaging it. So which is it? Which is it? Now, under our division, under the street lighting program, the minority leader was careful to quote how many billions of dollars that we are getting more and so on. So I took the opportunity to do a very quick comparison of the performance of this administration over the last 3 years, and I took the last 3 years of the PNM administration in the same division. And let me give you some figures. So in 2023, this administration spent $2,791,869.43 on street lighting. That was a total of 53 street lighting projects. And I want to highlight the project from Kings Bay to Charlottesville, because I think that that was one of the most important projects on this island, because in relation to a tourism trust in particular. 53 projects were done. In 2018, the then administration spent $245,268.67. Careful. Let me repeat the figures. $2 million was spent. $2,791,869.43 was spent by this TPP administration on street lighting, as opposed to the PNM spending $242,268.67. In 2024, we spent $579,890.02. In 2019, when they were in office, they spent $274,701.15. And in this year, 2025, we spent $663,840.19, as opposed to in 2020, they spent $290,384.07. The point that I am making is this: the figures don't lie. So for the minority to come and say that we have been getting more on the budget, but we have not been doing anything for the people of Tobago. This administration in 2023 did 53 street lighting projects across the length and breadth of Tobago. We had lighting projects in Canaan. We had lighting projects in Union, in Wim. Across the island, and thousands of Tobagonians benefited from this street lighting project. A similar trend is in the electrification as well. In 2023, this administration spent $1,020,749.09 on electrification for Tobagonians. In 2018, the PNM administration spent $254,253.13. Look at the comparison. Figures don't lie. In 2024, we spent $567,218.90. the PNM administration in 2019 spent $201,013.30. I don't need to even go to 2025 and 2020 because the comparison is clear. And if you follow this administration, in every single division, we have done more. I want to highlight just one other issue, or maybe two, depending. It has been said by the former administration that all we do is that we are refurbishing things and we're not building anything new. But I have news for them. In governance, you must refurbish your infrastructure. And the reason why this administration has to refurbish so many buildings and so on is because they were not doing it. If Tobagonians look across the length and the breadth of this island, you will see that many of our buildings are in a dilapidated condition. If we look at food security, we look at sports, we look at education, all health, all the divisions, we have a serious challenge with infrastructure because they were not being maintained. Right now, we have a very successful budget program going on. And when we did the audit of the budgets, 99% of the budgets needed to be refurbished. That did not happen in the last 4 years. That happened because there was no plan, there was nothing happening in terms of refurbishment. So yes, the slogan was, we will fix it, and we are fixing it. And we will continue to fix it for Tobagonians. Right? I am pleased to announce that tomorrow morning at Shaw Park, this administration will be giving out grants to Tobagonians to the tune of $1,245,000 tomorrow morning. All in an effort to assist Tobagonians. And yes, we recognize that there are many persons who are under the social barrier. But we also know that the resources are not unlimited. And we are trying our best to see how we can distribute these resources to the persons who really need them, as opposed to what was happening before. In addition to that, 50 parcels of land will be given out as well to Tobagonians tomorrow morning. Right? We have the Rise Land development that will be coming on soon, 130 units. The Adventure development will also be 120 units. So that we are seeing where this administration has been putting the people of Tobago first. This is no Mickey Mouse thing. This is no puppy show, as they say. This is no electioneering, because we are confident that we will be returned to office to continue our good work. What we are doing is that we are reporting to the people of Tobago. We want the people of Tobago to understand that we have your best interests at heart. I was reflecting on the PNM, and I think that I have gotten them figured out. The PNM has been a cancer to this nation for, I think it's 60-something years. And you know what they do? They mash it up. They mash it up. And when people get fed up, they are voted out of office. When you come into office, you have to fix it. In 1986, when the then Prime Minister, A.N.R. Robinson, inherited an economy from the previous PNM government, George Chambers was the Prime Minister. And he had to take some very hard fiscal measures because of the state of the economy. I think I was in secondary school at the time. And the PNM ensured, as they are doing now, make sure that they painted this negative picture of Mr. Robinson until there was actually a coup, because persons were so dissatisfied with some of the fiscal measures that had to be taken. But you know the moral of the story is that some of those fiscal measures that A&R Robinson took still exist today. And if those measures were so bad, why the PNP did not remove them when they got into office? Why did they not remove it? Because those measures were so harsh, but some of them still exist today. And the moral of the story is this, that they will continue to bad talk this administration. They will continue to let the people, or try to let the people of Tobago feel that things are not working well. And I want to implore the people of Tobago, we are on an upward trajectory. Tobago is moving up, and we need to continue that momentum. So do not be distracted by those who are trying to feed you with untruths and misinformation. If you look at what is happening in Tobago right now, you will know that we are on the right path. So this motion really, in my view, should not even have come to this August House, because this does not benefit the people of Tobago. This only benefits the PNM. And that is what this is about. So, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I urge the people of Tobago to reject this, as we will do when the vote is taken. Thank you.
Join the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to join this debate. I am eternally grateful to the people of Bethel Newgrange who have afforded me the privilege to be in this house, have afforded me the privilege to be their representative on 2 occasions. And I am dripping with gratitude for this opportunity. I have contemplated the amount of private motions that the minority have brought to this house. I too am in agreement with the statements made by the Chief Secretary and also by the member for Roxborough Argyle as it relates to the house and the intent of this place, what we're supposed to be doing, debates, the value of those debates, even the design, that we should be having some meaningful conversations and collaborations, and at the end, these engagements should redound to the benefit of the people that we serve. But what I have noticed is from all the motions, and I agree with Assistant Secretary Kerr as well, that they are pretty much the same. And sometimes you can get very, very disturbed and distracted by the content of the thing. But it seems to me that this whole motion is another attempt to try to get something to stick, as was said earlier. Because the motion itself, when you read the thing, you read it, and if I may very quickly, and just read it, and the whereas, whereas almost suggests that this is the general consensus. This is the point of view of everybody, that the people of Tobago continue to endure mounting social and economic hardship. I mean, to make that statement, you have to have evidence to prove that. There's no evidence of that. You understand? And so the motion, it is vexatious, to say the least. It is vacuous. it is perhaps even vulgar and void of veracity. And those V words sound good. And it just means that it has no essence. It is full of inertia. It's like fraught. It's putting words together, and the intent really is to try and see how they could use the House another time to try and disparage members of the government and so on. I think the mistake that has been made is not understanding that the people of Tobago are growing. The people of Tobago have been paying attention, have been listening and observing what is taking place. The people of Tobago know what governance is like. And if in truth and in fact, all that has been said about the PNM and the PNM's governance, if that was in truth a fact, then the PNM will not be in minority, the PNM will be in government. So there is some common sense move by the people of Tobago, seeing a new group of people that have been offering a particular type of governance, and these people have been voted into office. Now, there's been a general election in the last few months. You could have a sense as to whether people appreciate what is happening in the space as it relates to governance by how people vote. And that general election also says to us that the people of Tobago, in large part, they are satisfied with the kind of governance that we are having now in the Tobago space. And that is a common sense thing, because people will let you know how they feel. I mean, there are lots of people who may not be loud and all of that, but they will let you know when they have an opportunity to do that. And so, to me, I had a lot of stuff written down, but the Chief Secretary's words and the member for Roxborough, Argyle, and even Mr. Kerr, I want to abandon what I have written down. And and see if I could be extemporaneous just a little bit for a few minutes, and I will take my seat. I think that this motion is what you call a last kick. A last kick. Butchers will tell you that when you're slaughtering an animal, when they're on the last, stay away from the back legs especially. Because there's a thing, no serious, there's a thing called a last kick. And the last kick could kill you. You understand? The last kick suggests that they're on the brink. They're on the brink. They are at death's door. And so when I listen to cumulatively all the motions, this one including, that what is actually happening is this is a PNM last kick. All these attacks, all this vitriol, and these fake profiles and personal attacks, attempting to try and bring down people, is a last kick. Is a last kick. Is a last kick. Members, it is a last kick. I kid you not. And I think that we should oblige them. The PNM is at death's door. And as soon as the next election is called, we must read them the last rites. Read them the last rites. Sing nearer, my God, to thee. You understand? And dust to dust, ashes to ashes, and every single baliza you could find, throw it in the hole one time. Because the motion itself has no point of reference, it has no essence, it has nothing. It's like doubles without chana. It's like tea without milk. You understand? The motion just doesn't make, it is consistent, as Secretary Kerr said, Assistant Secretary Kerr said, with all that we have heard of. And you have heard my responses, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, about, you know, when the motions come, because there are times I am a perennial optimist, you know. You know, my wife keeps sending me texts and say, don't let the man get you upset and all kind of thing. But I am an optimist. I really come with an expectation that we will hear something sensible. Because the man boasts that he went to bishops and and all that, and some suggest that if you go to bishops, there's a level of intelligence that we expect from you. He did say, to whom much is given, much is required. And so, I would want to say in conclusion, and I would dispense with all the things that I wrote down here, because I don't think it is necessary anymore, because I think the Honorable Chief Secretary did a fantastic job in responding to the things, because the motion really in large part is addressed to him, you understand? So we know it's a political thing, we know it. I would want to say, finally, that listening to all the motions that the minority has brought, that I commissioned a DNA test. I commissioned a DNA test and the results are in. And I would want to put those results on the public record. As it relates to inaccuracy, as it relates to innuendos, as it relates to misdirection, as it relates to hypocrisy, as it relates to a cesspool of political rhetoric, I would want to say the DNA test suggests that the minority is the father. I thank you. I thank you.
Minority Councillor, you may now join the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, for allowing me the opportunity to join the debate. And I rise in full support of this motion. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, what we are witnessing in Tobago today is not merely poor governance, it is the price of pride. A price not being paid by the politicians responsible, but by the people of Tobago, by our farmers, by our contractors, by our daily rated workers, by our contract workers, by our service providers, by our fisher folk, and by the children whose futures are being mortgaged by this reckless administration. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, before I continue with my presentation, I want to clear up some misconception and misinformation that was placed on the public record. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary, in his presentation, indicated that the bills that were proposed in the Parliament, those bills were taken away from what currently exists. And he said in particular there were 0 nautical miles being afforded to Tobago. But, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I took the opportunity while in the session to go to the library, and I got my hands on the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider the Constitution Amendment Bill and the Tobago Self-Government Bill 2020. And when I went to the Tobago Island Government Bill 2021, Part 2, Tobago Island Government, Section 5, 2, it says, the exclusive administrative jurisdiction conferred to the Tobago Executive Council in subsection 1 in relation to the list of matters set out in Schedule 1 shall extend to such part of the territorial sea of Trinidad and Tobago comprising those areas of the sea having as their inner limits the low water mark of Tobago, and as their outer limits a line measured seaward from that low water mark, every point of which is at a distance of 11 nautical miles from the nearest point of that low water mark. So, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, 11 is not 0. So the information that was shared by the Chief Secretary was quite inaccurate. The Chief Secretary also spoke to the fact that the bills took away responsibilities from Tobago. I also took the opportunity to look at the schedule. Schedule 1 in the proposed legislation that was laid in Parliament listed over 40, it was actually 44 responsibilities that was given to Tobago, while our current Act 40 of 1996 lists 33. So all the current responsibilities to Tobago are set out in Schedule 1 of the proposed bill, and there were additional responsibilities included. So some of those additional responsibilities of the proposed legislation was Labor, Office of the Chief Secretary, Tobago Legislature, Works, Youth Development, Cemeteries, and Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, again, misinformation being shared in this House to members of the public, and I thought it necessary to come and clear up the misinformation that was shared. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, another thing that the Chief Secretary spoke about was the fact that they will not sell out and they will not prostitute. And he sort of spoke about the former Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, promising certain things, promising not to send home petrotrin workers. But Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I don't know if the Chief Secretary has a short memory, but the Chief Secretary, while he was in opposition, while he was on the minority, applying for the job, indicated to the people of Tobago, and he said, don't let stick break in your ears. He said to the people of Tobago that they will not lose their jobs. And lo and behold, once they were elected into office, a number of Tobagonians were placed on the breadlines. Departments after departments were shut down, and hundreds of persons were sent home. The Chief Secretary also said to the contractors in Tobago that you will be paid in spite of how we felt about the award of your contract, but the Chief Secretary came into office, commissioned an audit under the guise of corruption, and the Chief Secretary went on to blacklist Tobago contractors and not pay Tobago contractors. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I have information here about a judgment that was brought by one of the contractors, and the Chief Secretary indicated that they paid, but this particular contractor, he brought a matter to the court Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I was indicating there was a matter brought by one of the contractors who was not paid. And the news article says the High Court has ruled against the Tobago House of Assembly, rejecting its bid to overturn a default judgment. The THA must now pay $18.3 million to Nasvik Contractors Limited for breach of contract. Justice Ricky Rahim found that the THA had no valid defense and acted carelessly and recklessly after learning about the judgment. This is a High Court judge ruling that this administration acted carelessly and recklessly, and that they had no valid defense. Nasvik sued the THA in December 2023 for non-payment of completed construction works, and despite receiving certificates, no payments were made. So, the Chief Secretary's utterances that they were paying contractors, this judgment, Madam Presiding Officer, state otherwise. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to continue on with the presentation. And the substantive motion speaks to the rejection of 6.8%. And Madam Presiding Officer, the proposed legislation did not take away from what we currently have. It actually gave us more than what currently existed, including the allocation of a minimum of 6.8%. There was no maximum limit based on the proposal because there was a fiscal review commission that was proposed that will provide for additional allocation and increases to the allocation. So the Chief Secretary also spoke that the PNM rejected an 8% bill by the UNC government in 2013. But, Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, the people of Tobago rejected, and it was not 8%, as the member for Argyle indicated. It was a band with a lower limit of 6.9% and an upper limit of 8%. And what the people, 6.9% and 8%, and what the people of Tobago rejected.
Minority Council, one moment, please. Members of the gallery, you are observers to the sitting. Kindly place your phones on silent or step outside to take a phone call. Thank you. Minority Council, continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. What the people of Tobago rejected with a 12-0 victory in 2013 was the process that was undertaken by the UNC then. Tobago would have gone through a process, or the THA would have gone through a process, a very lengthy, consultative process to arrive at what was proposed. The consultation occurred. We went all throughout Trinidad and Tobago seeking the views of persons. The bills came to the House and then it was sent down to Trinidad. What the people of Tobago rejected was the process that was going to be, that was implied by the UNC government in 2013. And the people saw through that and voted overwhelmingly and rejected that bill and the process that was proposed by the UNC then. So, we are saying that the rejection at the very last moment and the 6.8% that was enshrined into the Tobago Island government bill was not just a bad decision, but it was an act of economic sabotage. it denied Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer, an additional $1.45 billion in resources. And that is a fact, because that bill in particular was approved and passed in Parliament by members of the PNM government then. And that money, because we hear the cry from this administration that they lack resources, and that with those resources could have supported schools, supported our most vulnerable in the society, empowered our small businesses, provide sustainable employment, and of course, revived our communities. But instead, what we have today, Madam Presiding Officer, is fiscal chaos, is administrative confusion, is public despair, and economic decline. And we hear from citizens, residents of Tobago on a daily basis, and they come to us with complaints. They come to us with the needs and their issues. The reopening of the school term, a number of parents were not able to adequately send their children back to school. We had a number of requests for school supplies, school books, school bags. Last Christmas, the number of persons that were coming because they were unable to feed their families on a daily basis, people coming to the office of the minority, reaching you on the street because they are not able to satisfy basic needs. And, Madam Presiding Officer, this is as a result of how this administration has managed the resources. And while the PDP independent TPP administration came into office, the minority leader pointed it out. They have consistently received increases in allocation from 2022 to present. But what do we have to show for it? Very little, Madam Presiding Officer. And I want to deal with the stanza that speaks with repeated, reckless policy and the fiscal decision that undermines Tobago economic growth, institutional integrity, and public trust. Madam Presiding Officer, just imagine that under this administration, checks from the THA bounced. This was something that we have not experienced in decades because of the management of the resources under the former PNM. So suppliers taking their checks to the banks and they are told that they cannot be checked, they cannot be encashed, because of a policy of this administration. Madam Presiding Officer, we have an issue where we procured ambulances and the minority leader has dubbed it the worst procurement scandal on the island, the history of the island. Number of ambulances, we can't see the ambulances today. Millions of dollars expended. We don't have the functioning of the ambulances for today. Madam Presiding Officer, we have an issue at the quarry, and the Chief Secretary would have spoken about getting an import and export license. But Madam Presiding Officer, we currently have mismanagement at Spell. We have an issue where truckers are lining up the night, the evening before to get aggregate. That was something of the past. So, Madam Presiding Officer, if we don't have the supply to fulfill the local demand, Where are we finding the supply to fulfill an export demand? And they have mismanaged spell in such a way that there is no predictable flow or supply of aggregate. We have moved past where it is efficient, spell making a profit, spell exporting to St. Vincent, Grenada, to a position where we can't even supply the local demand. And that is another policy of this administration and the mismanagement of this administration. Cold storage, I move to TATCO. Madam Presiding Officer, we have farmers complaining, something as simple, and these are small things. Persons who are rearing animals, who are rearing chickens, who place their supplies in the cold storage unit. We have those farmers complaining that their meats are spoiled. We saw them on the news expressing their losses. And Madam Presiding Officer, if we can't get those simple things right, we have farmers complaining that they will not engage in the food box program that was arranged by the division some time ago. And that was something that they would have participated in the past. A next policy that is causing hardship on the people of Tobago. We have Tobago contractors blacklisted, not able to get contracts, meaningful contracts from the Tobago House of Assembly. Who drives economic activity? We have persons on the breadline sent home because the contracts are not given to indigenous Tobago contractors. You walk the streets and you see the young men on the block, and you know what they are saying? They're unemployed. Who used to work with ex-contractor, but because the contractor is not receiving any engagement by the THA, they will let go. So they're not employed. And that is several persons in communities throughout Tobago. Thousands of young men and women were placed on the breadline because there is no sustainable work given to indigenous Tobago contractors. We saw a recording on social media where a young man in a community basically indicating a small job being done. And when he looked around, there was no person from the community being employed. And that is the hardship that Tobagonians are facing almost on a daily basis. Somebody's messaging, asking about employment. But Madam Presiding Officer, they campaigned on bread and butter issues. They campaigned on greater accountability and transparency. Now we have a list of questions on the order paper that remain unanswered. We have members not in the House when questions are proposed, and there is no answer forthcoming on their behalf. Months upon a time, there was an instance where more than a year, Madam Presiding Officer, questions remain unanswered on the order paper. How can that be greater accountability and transparency? Why you don't want to answer the questions? And these are questions and issues brought by the people of Tobago. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the people of Tobago, we were fooled. The people of Tobago was promised plenty, but after 3+ years, there is little to show. And therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, we are asking for this administration to do better. And yes, we want and we are placing at the feet of the Chief Secretary
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. We are placing at the feet of the Chief Secretary this loss of 6.8% or 1.5 billion. And the Chief Secretary promised that autonomy is something that will be a priority on his agenda. We have not seen that autonomy being placed high on the agenda of this administration. There were promises of a committee being established. We have not seen the work of the committee or anything coming out of whether or not the committee was formed. We have not seen no work. The minority brought a motion in this House. We all agreed and voted unanimously, and yet still the Chief Secretary went and did his own thing, disregarding the decision of this House. And Madam Presiding Officer, as I wind up, I am calling for greater accountability and transparency. I am calling for better management of the resources of the Tobago House of Assembly. I am calling for fair treatment by this administration of all the citizens, because from the utterances of some of the members on the other side, it seems as if persons who are not their friends or affiliates do not get the opportunities that are available in Tobago by the Tobago House of Assembly. So we are calling on this administration to, one, apologize for their failure and to do better. I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to contribute.
Assemblyman Clark, you may now join today.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And I must say, before getting to my contribution, you look marvelous today. Madam Presiding Officer, it's always a pleasure to stand in this House, to take part in the business of the people of Tobago. First, let me thank the people of Lambo Lowlands. That also includes part of Canby, Canoe Bay, and Canaan, to allow me the opportunity to represent them. Madam Presiding Officer, you know, after some interesting events a few days ago, particularly a public meeting at Delaford. You know what I mean? We all like to laugh. They say laugh is good for the soul. But if I was the minority leader, I'd just come and tell him, Madam Presiding Officer, his joke I was making with that motion. Just forget it and we do something else and go home. Because we're hearing over and over about, and you know, it was a senior citizen who said that, a senior citizen who rise in that meeting in Delaford, supposedly a PNM supporter, telling the PNM people, all you only studying to condemn. How you measure 3+ years against 21? I guess measure and multiply is, you see, begin with M. It's 3. If you multiply it by 7, you get 21. And in some cases, we actually do 7 times more than they did in the 21.
Indeed.
Madam Presiding Officer, the gentleman remind the leader of the PNM, the political leader, he reminded them as to how much terms they had in office. He said 4, but in reality it was 5. But being a senior citizen, you could slip. And when you look at the 5 terms, the reason why this administration had so many things to repair, restructure, replace, is because the infrastructure in a lot of parts on the island was falling down. And that's the only reason why you have to repair. Even in politics, when people sit at leadership position and they start rotting in 2021, we had was to replace. In 2025, at the general election, we reconfirm. And subsequently, in the near future ahead, we will also do a similar piece of work. Madam Presiding Officer, when you listen to the motion, sometimes, I know we come here and we say, you know, at times the minority will have the opportunity to bring a motion, but I really hope, going forward, I really hope, like the member for Roxborough Argyle said, that we could really come here and agree on things that will be down to the benefit of Tobago. And just not come here aimlessly pointing fingers and trying to compare with things that, well, the deputy presiding officer say you can't say lie. But with things that just ain't truth.
Right. Elastification.
Well, I didn't go to that big school you went. But Madam Presiding Officer, the speaker just before talked about the quarry and trucks lining up. There are actually 2 reasons why trucks will line up early, you know. They mentioned that they can't get no aggregate. But actually, the other reason could be that they just come early because they want to double up. If you wasn't doing nothing and you can't supply the local market, how do you explain having $4 million to show as accumulated by the very quarry? It's probably, it could be that they're planting something else up there. I don't know, probably they could answer. Okay, don't just get 4 million just like that. Again, the minority in its contribution talk about how much $1 million and how much $1 billion this administration had to play with. Did the minority mention that a debt of $900 million had to be paid as we limp along to offset expenses that they incurred? That up to today, the people at Tobago can't see the results of some of those investments. That up to today, there are people who they put in the line to make noise for money about contract and work that they do that they're not being paid for. When in fact, there is evidence to show that in one case, one of the walls fall down. Yes. And the contractor making noise for the money. Normally, a man going to be ashamed to know he do a work for you, and the wall fall down before you get paid.
The evidence here. Evidence right there.
I mean, what do we choose to support as as a minority? Do we come to the House and just oppose for opposing sake? I think Tobago need to go past a level of politics. We need to move from that politics. If Tobago has to progress, it has to progress with each and every one playing their part, working together for one common cause. You know, it's strange enough sometimes that the minority, I must give him that he loved press conference. He loved media thing and Tobago talks. You know, we had an incident recently in the community center in his constituency in Wim.
Yes.
And I mentioned it. I actually did a video. It came on the news.
Yes.
And the minority didn't have one ounce of voice to say about that.
Not one by.
This division from this administration, community development, recently replaced some air conditions in Wim Center. And as we finished 1 month later, they went and, I wonder if it was a thief. They went and removed all. I didn't say you send them. Don't say what I didn't say. I say you didn't say anything when it was brought out in the public domain. For a man who liked press and liked media.
Members, please don't get sidetracked. Minority Leader.
That's okay. I
Please continue.
No protection. I could handle myself, but
That is press worthy, man. That is press worthy.
the thing was in the news. It didn't have the gall to mention it. But he come to the House most times, very consistent. The minority report, the whatever report, but when things that affect the community that you represent, you have no voice. They love to talk about procurement. Leading up to the last THA election, not my chief secretary, somebody else's chief secretary would have been so busy to get work done in Tobago. Over $300 million, no procurement, no process, no nothing. And that was okay. That was okay. We, Madam Presiding Officer, at times we just need to, sometimes if you ain't have nothing to say that actually is truth, just stay silent. Silence is golden sometimes. The minority love to hold people to account or love to criticize the same things that they perfect the art of doing over the years. As a matter of fact, the things that they come and tell you about is the things that they've been doing consistently. And sometimes it just gets really sickening. You come to the House over and over. You raise one thing, you raise two things, you raise three things, but all the things you raise, it seems like sometimes you forget you have been doing it consistently for 21 years. You get so accustomed to seeing it, you can't even see an administration that's progressing and doing something different. I tend to agree with the member for Roxborough Argyle. Yes, I do, because let's call a spade a spade. This motion, well, if the officer they must checking people when they're coming in, I doubt they would have let come in with this motion. And even as we complete one term in this House, Madam Presiding Officer, the way this administration has handled the business of the House, the business of Tobago, I must say that for all, as the member for Roxborough Argyle called us newbies, we are newbies, but we are newbies heading in a positive direction. We are people who actually going to grow old on the job, doing the best for the people at Tobago. It's okay to be a newbie. It's really okay. And it's okay to try to do what is right and to learn and to improve as you go along. We all here and we should be seeking to grow and to try to be better so that Tobago could benefit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think that's our purpose. And even as the member for Roxborough Argyle again, I calling your name plenty today. But yeah, that is okay. You know, I must commend him that even that we are sitting on different sides of the house, he could call a spade a spade. And that is not regular in minorities. He really shouldn't be over there. But that is not regular in minorities. People, yeah, just move your chair a little to your left. Yes, yeah. I mean, we come in the house day in and day out. And sometimes when we leave the house, you ask yourself, did Tobago benefit? Right. Or were we just here bantering and trying to score points? The reality is that you were sitting in a place for 21 years. 21. And if after 21 years, nothing you did could materialize to the place where people could say, let's continue with them, which is the easiest thing to do. True. True. You were removed. And you come now and everything you do, sort of you try to align yourself in a place that it seems that everything we do is wrong. If what we're doing is wrong, the public will have their say when the time comes. What we're sure about is what you did was wrong and they had their say. It's okay, I want me half an hour. I could say what I want to say. Just don't use unparliamentary language. And Madam Presiding Officer could guide me if I step out. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the motion is actually like my colleague from Bethel New Grange was saying. Probably one of the last sitting for close to the last sitting for the term. So probably they must see it as an opportunity to give their last kick. I don't know if it's that. But when you watch at this motion, commissioner never make his way in this house. We need to stop as we go along in the Tobago House of Assembly, in this Tobago space where we have people depending on us to do sensible things, do the right thing. We need to stop jumping to our pose just because you and I don't wear the same color. Sometimes we need to pat somebody on the back and say, go ahead, that's the right thing you're doing. Straighten up a little and let we go. As bad as things look at times, if the member for Roxborough could stand up today and call a spade, then I say that the people in the minority should take a page out of his book. They need to understand that we are here not for ourselves, but for the people at Tobago. And we need to make contributions, do things that could end to the benefit of the people at Tobago. Because it's the only reason why we are here. It seems that it's a history, is a trend to just come in the house when the day comes and oppose everything because you think you are the minority. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to the people at Tobago. It doesn't make sense to the people I represent. I would like to see the day when we could come in this house and once something benefits Tobago at large, that each and every one could raise up and say, yes, we support this because the people at Tobago will win. That's why I come to this house. That's why I seek to be elected and even re-elected, because I want to make an honest contribution to the people of Tobago. I want to know that when my time here, whenever that is, when my time here would have ended, that I could stand up honestly and say, I did try and I did contribute and I did play my part to making Tobago a better place. Yes, I don't want to say that I stand up here and oppose because what somebody else on the other side said. The motion we had about was the last sitting. The motion that came about the former assemblymen and all that. The minority actually saying that we agree in principle, but you know we still ain't gonna vote for it. Right? When we gonna get past it? When we gonna grow up? I mean, even your party's political stay in government in the THA at 21 years, at 18 you are declared legal adult. You're 3 years past the time, I still wouldn't grow up. Madam Presiding Officer, I wouldn't be long as I close. I just want to say that my only interest in this house, my only interest for coming here, my only interest for wanting to stay here is to see Tobago become a better place. Yes, I have no other interest. I don't want a house, I get a house already. Well, I ain't saying I don't want a wife as a bachelor. But, I mean, a wife might come across the wrong way. But I'm saying that I want my contribution to be in the line of Tobago being better. And once a good motion comes here, I don't care who bring it. Yes. If it's in the interest of Tobago, I will stand and support it. Yes. Because that is what I was elected to do. Yes. And I will try my best to do my duty. So thank you for the time, Madam Presiding Officer. Thank you for the past years that we've been sitting here. Be it you or I sitting here still, I look forward to many more progressive years with us coming here, sitting here, and seeking the interest and the benefit of the people of Tobago. I thank you. Yes.
Minority Leader, you may now wrap up this debate.
Madam Presiding Officer, so it's clear that my good friend from Roxborough, Argyle, has received the letter of application that he sent to the Honorable Prime Minister has found favor, and the proof is in the pudding today. Congratulations, brother. Madam Presiding Officer, you know, I sat and I listened, and it is expected, and I've come to expect that this administration has made it their business to beat up on the messenger while forgetting to pay attention to the message. Because, Madam Presiding Officer, when I come here to speak, unlike the others, because I recognize the member for Roxborough, who used to be talking about all the challenges his residents are facing, young men on the block unemployed, and today he had little to no care about that. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm just making observations, my brother. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I have a responsibility to not just myself or my party, but to the people of Tobago, many of whom find their way opposite Unit Trust building to come to us and to inform us of the various challenges they are facing as Tobagonians. Madam Presiding Officer, my minority councillor will tell you, we have served as therapists sometimes. We have cried as Tobagonians cried. we have felt and seen the pain of real and the hardship of Tobagonians. We have seen mothers who were sent home from CPEP. A mother came to us and told in tears, Madam Presiding Officer, her daughter had to go and live with the grandmother because she could no longer pay her rent. These are lived experiences. So for my colleagues to come here today and disregard those truths, Madam Presiding Officer, it's perhaps their heads are buried in the proverbial sand, but they are Tobagonians, whether they don't want to believe me or not, who are suffering. And while all the actions may not be deliberate, you must admit that you as an administration has taken decisions that have adversely impacted the lives of Tobagonians. That is a fact. You decided, Chief Secretary, coined the word political hires. And I don't know if because your employment or you were engaged in a period where there was one political party, that should now disqualify you from being engaged with another. And if that is how we want to live as Tobagonians, then may God help us. Because you're hearing them talking about working together. We have always taken everything that comes to us on face value. We have supported, and I spoke glowingly when my colleague, member for Mount St. George, brought here the standing orders report, and we worked together. We ensured that we were able to advance the democratization of the procedures of this House, and we all resoundingly supported it. But I remember as a minority, we brought something here just after COVID called the remote workforce policy. I'm sure you all would remember that. And this administration told us, you're too late, we have that under control. And I am 4 years later, I'm asking this administration, what has become of the remote workforce policy that you told us you already had in control? So to come here and pretend the carnival, Tobago Carnival, was something I, as a private citizen, Tobagonian-loving citizen, even before I got close to politics, was saying to my own party that we should consider having an alternative carnival from Trinidad because it allows us to benefit of having Trinidadians now available to participate in a Tobago standalone carnival. And that process started under the PNM. As a matter of fact, it was only for COVID, and the facts will bear it out. We hired Mr. Kevon McKenna, and we paid him handsomely. And the question we all must ask is, where is that report that we paid Mr. McKenna for? Because my information is, while he was well paid, there is no report to be found. You all came in after. And I want to treat with this thing about, because I saw they sent one of their propagandists to an exercise that the People's National Movement is currently embarked on, where we are going from constituency to constituency, engaging Tobagonians in real conversations and listening, because we understand that we as the PNM, we are a party constituted of imperfect people, and nothing in this life is perfect. And therefore, if you have governed for over 21 years, it must mean that at times you may have had people who perhaps did not follow the philosophy, and you yourself as an administration may have taken decisions that you may have thought at the time was best, but turned out not to be the best. And therefore, Tobagonians, we have always accepted that we weren't perfect. And we have also apologized to Tobagonians for the errors that we would have made along the way. And therefore, we accept that when the final 4-year period of the PNM came to review, Tobagonians found us wanting and made a decision. But when Tobagonians made that decision, Madam Presiding Officer, it was on the premise that they were voting for a party who would make their lives better. And the question Tobagonians will be asking themselves in a couple months, as I have perfectly laid out, is after $13 billion have been spent in this space called Tobago, are their lives better? Are they driving on better roads? Do they have bridges and retaining walls that can withstand the adverse weather conditions? Have you treated with the issues that you said you would fix? Madam Presiding Officer, I'm reading a headline just today because we have in this house a former tutor rep, and we heard him boasting in glowing terms of the work that was done with teachers. But his successor, Mr. Braden, is on record today, big news headlines. Big news headlines, Madam Presiding Officer. Tutor rep calls out Secretary of Education, accusing the Education Secretary, Mrs. Zorisha Hackett, of speaking untruths. Not my word, Madam Presiding Officer. Not my words. That is the word of the current tutor rep. Madam Presiding Officer, he further went on to say, Mr. Roberts is calling on the Secretary Hackett to stop the photo ops and get down to the business of Tobago's teachers. Not my words, Madam Presiding Officer. Those are the words of the current tutor representative in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, it gets even worse. Same CNC3, I'm seeing a headline where the business sector is saying business in Tobago is sluggish, and notwithstanding the little buoyancy we got for the carnival, they say because things have been so bad, it has not made any significant dent. My fellow colleagues, you may see me as somebody criticizing, but I am just a representative of the information, because the information is available to each of you. And if you are honest, you will know there are things you have not done right. Yes, you may have done some things well, but the question Tobagonians will have to weigh up and do the balancing is whether you have done more things well than you have done more things wrong. That is it. While the Chief Secretary was clear to tell everybody that I will not return, and I have given of my best to Tobago. And if for some reason the people of Darrell Spring Whim finds me wanting as a representative, like I did on my couch at midnight on the 6th going into the 7th of December, I will say, well done, you good and faithful servant, and I will make my way and make my day in however else I can contribute. Because I love Tobago. When I left the University of North Georgia and decided to come back to Tobago after I got a very kind donation to pay off my tuition, I was given one encouragement by a Panamanian international student rep to go back and make your island better. And that is all I am concerned here to do. So when I talk about the ambulance, and when I talk about seeing Tobagonians, our people, losing businesses, having to close down. And you are seeing, imagine an early childhood center where almost every average Tobago construction person could build. You telling me we can't localize that procurement process to ensure Tobagonians get that? And what is even worse with that arrangement, Madam Presiding Officer, when I did the research, we all know of Charles Seacharam, who is a favored, very lucky contractor from Trinidad, who has been able to land a road in Dutch Fort in record-breaking time for $19 million, road evaluated only $7 million in real work, and then was able to get the contract to ram down People Place down in Chauvin and run a road that is the most swerving, undulating road you could ever pass through. Yes, the road was necessary, but if we are to admit the quality of works on that road is shoddy, yet we have paid over $100 million to that gentleman. And when I check the records of the registry, to see who is this One Source Construction Maintenance Company Limited, or whatever the name is. You know who shows up as a director? A Cindy Seacharan. And I'm asking myself, in this place called Tobago, where we get a little scrawny $2 billion or so to see about our affairs, how could a Charles Seacharan and a Cindy Seacharan get through in Tobago? How could they win while Tobagonians are losing homes, losing cars, losing their jobs, losing their livelihood? And I must support that. Even if it costs me my seat, I will stand up for Tobagonians, and I will stand up against the betrayal of Tobagonians, because the Chief Secretary, and I want to deal with a couple misinformation the Chief Secretary led here, because he came in here, Madam Presiding Officer, in your absence, as a real cussbud, as a jamet. That was the behavior of the Chief Secretary.
Okay, I would caution you to use
Are you-
parliamentary
no,
language.
I'm happy you're here to guide me, because I don't
Use
want to go down that
parliamentary
road.
language with
Yes.
your fellow colleagues,
Yes.
please.
And I appreciate the guidance, because I don't want to go down that road like my colleague from Palo TV. Only to say, you can't take the pig out of the mud. You can't take the mud out of the pig, right? But even when you try to take the pig out of the mud, and therefore the conduct of the Chief Secretary, we have come, even his friend, his good friend, his former leader, we have heard the most derogatory statements in this house towards his former leader. We were flabbergasted again when we heard him referring to the man who he told us purchased him his first suit. I know old people that say ungratefulness is worse than witchcraft. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm simply saying the relevance of this is that the Chief Secretary came here hot and sweaty. He was literally sweating to mislead this honorable house. And I'll show you how the Chief Secretary misled this house. And I am thankful that the member for Roxborough found his way back to his friends. Because in him finding his way, he was able to reveal something that missed me, which was the fact when the Chief Secretary went on his false logic that somehow the 2013 proposal by the then UNC offered Tobagonians this 8%, and I was accepting this as the final figure, only to be reminded by the truthful and good gentleman from Roxborough that it was really no different from what we were trying to move away from, which is the DRC, that confined us to a very small band. And here what was the lower end of the band? He didn't mention that, 6.9. The PNM's arrangement, not the PNM actually, the arrangement agreed to by the Joint Select Committee, which included PNM people, UNC people, and independents, actually simply proposed a minimum guaranteed of 6.8, but you can go to 7, 8, 9, 10, you can go to 20 if you so choose. And on top of that, there was something called the Fiscal Review Commission, and that commission was charged to also look at major capital development projects. So projects like the Scarborough development, if you want to build a marina, if you want to treat with highways and byways, construction of those large projects, those would be considered by the Fiscal Review Commission and financed outside of that guaranteed 6.8. So I want Tobagonians to understand that this Chief Secretary, and let me also clarify the PNM's position. The PNM walked out of that arrangement because it was a couple weeks, if you recall, before a THA election in 2013. And that bill that the UNC bill brought was disrespectful and in contradiction to the process that was started right in this very house, where there was a process of consultation with Tobagonians. Then bills came in this house, debated, and transmitted to the then UNC cabinet, and it was Mr. Ashworth Jack who literally hijacked the process, and then the UNC came with a green paper, then a white paper, then a bill, didn't afford Tobagonians the opportunity to contribute, and then tried to ram something down our throat until we take that. And when we perused the document, we recognized that there were areas in the 5th schedule which the UNC was actually taking away from Tobago's control and putting it in some concomitant committee. And therefore, the PNM took a position that we will not do anything in principle that undermines the autonomy of Tobago, because if you're granting Tobago autonomy, how could you undermine the very institution you are now seeking to empower? And that was a principled position to protect this honorable institution we call the Tobago House of Assembly. But what did its current Honorable Chief Secretary did? His refusal and rejection of those bills had absolutely nothing to do with protecting THA's autonomy. It was simply to protect his own political interests, because he knew an election was imminent, and had they supported those bills, it would have given the PNM a leg up in the elections. And therefore, all he was studying was not the Tobagonian I so described that is waiting to exhale and benefit from those billions that would have been available, from the ability to make our own laws, because he talked about the Boko Marine Park. And I surprised the member for Scarborough Mount Grace didn't take him up, because here it is, he's begging the parliament to do something which, if those bills were passed, we could have done right here for ourselves. And that is the point, Madam Presiding Officer. So the Chief Secretary was clearly misleading this House, clearly dishonest as he was with this whole issue of the export license. We welcome an export license for Tobago, and even if I choose not to clap here.
Member, before you continue, please, again,
No problem.
on parliamentary language.
Okay, which one?
Dishonest.
Okay, no problem. Okay. I stand guided, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I really want to treat with this issue of the export license, because it is one thing to have an export license. It comes like you having a license to drive a car. But if you don't really, or if the car isn't available, then the benefit derived from having the license is lost. And therefore, it is the same thing with this export license, where the Studley Park Enterprise Quarry has been so mismanaged under this current administration, because they took a very qualified manager and placed the wrong jack in a square jack. So they placed the wrong peg in a square jack. Madam Presiding Officer, and therefore the Studley Park Quarry is now underproducing. So we had two challenges facing the government at the time. And what would do a responsible government do in that situation? We have a foreign currency challenge, and we also have a supply in demand challenge, a capacity to supply. You had, in that current environment, contractors who the quarry have an obligation to supply contractually, unable to produce in the capacity they need. And therefore, they were asking the then government at that time for the ability to import from St. Lucia and Nova Scotia aggregate, which would have meant it would have been further leakage of very scarce foreign exchange. So the government, as a policy, said, rather than you go and import, we will restrict at this time until this situation changes, and keep all our aggregate localized to supply our demands both in Trinidad and Tobago until such time. And Madam Presiding Officer, if the government is to be blamed for trying to balance the need of the overall country, with respect to and also ensuring that study park, because whatever they were going to get outside is the same rates they were paying locally. What we must ask ourselves now is, because when you are exporting, who is the proponents lined up to benefit from being that third party to export those materials? That is what Tobagonians need to keep their eyes on, because we know with this administration, they have developed a habit of finding friends outside by passing Tobagonians and handing lucrative benefits to their friends. Madam Presiding Officer, and I also want to treat with the issue of these IDB loans and the falsehood. Madam Presiding Officer, I know you in a previous incarnation is quite familiar with procurement and procurement laws. And the IDB is one of those institutions that is very strict with respect to procurement and how they finance projects. So if the IDB grants funding for any project, it is very difficult to simply take those funding and repurpose it for another project. And therefore, the Prime Minister must explain, bring the evidence. I'm calling on the Prime Minister to bring the evidence to demonstrate that the funding that came to Tobago for that Rise Land project was in fact repurposed, because she may have Madam, I am challenging the Prime Minister to bring the evidence to demonstrate that that funding, as she so described, was repurposed, because the member, again, the Secretary of Infrastructure would know from his own experience that when there were funding available for the Esplanade redevelopment project, where we were to put underground corridors and electrification underground and so forth, and the boardwalk, and do some redesigning down at the Coast Guard area there, he wanted to use that funding to fund his pie in the sky port project. And because it is such a difficult process to repurpose financing, Tobago end up losing out on the financing altogether. So I would really like to see the Prime Minister's evidence as to how the Ministry of Planning would have gotten those funds to be repurposed and redirected. Madam Presiding Officer, and as I close, I want to sound a warning to Tobagonians and to Trinidad and Tobago.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I'm wrapping up. And this alarm I want to sound because I am genuinely concerned and in some ways afraid, because I was in the gridlock on Friday in Trinidad, Madam Presiding Officer, and I witnessed the pandemonium, the panic. As a matter of fact, it was actually raining, and at times you were getting loud songs of thunder. And every time the thunder rolled, I genuinely felt that it could be that moment because of the different things that were in the space happening at that time. And I want to caution this current government, not as a politician now, but as a concerned citizen, that to be very careful with what you facilitate and encourage, because this is no longer about diplomatic gamesmanship, but this is about the lives of not just citizens in Trinidad, but the lives of citizens in Tobago. You could imagine, Madam Presiding
Member relevance.
Madam Presiding Officer, we are talking about us talking to the central government for the betterment of Tobago as one of my resolutions, and I'm talking from Tobago to the government of Trinidad to ensure...
I'm going to caution you to stay on a substantive motion, please.
I move on. And Madam Presiding Officer, as I wrap up and focus in these 2 minutes on the substantive call of this motion, because I recognize my colleagues, but for one, only paid little attention to the substance of the motion, but simply to come to personalize and trivialize the individual, the messenger. But the motion is about Tobago Honorable Councillor, Mr. Can I remember? Cool. The motion, if you look at the motion, is about Tobagonians and improving the lives of Tobagonians, because if Tobago gets more, we all benefit. And therefore, this is why I'm saying, if we had an opportunity to get 6.8 as opposed to 5%, who would not want that for Tobago? And if we have an opportunity to be able to ensure that the little that comes to Tobago, we use it to the benefit of the overall residents of Tobago, who would be against that? And if we finally resolve that whatever we do, whoever we are, whatever party we support, that ultimately we hold as a policy that we will be Tobago first in all our actions, words, and deeds, then I want to ask myself, who in this house would be against that? Madam Presiding Officer, with that intention, simply to be a voice for the voiceless, a cause for the hopeless, and a messenger for those who cannot carry their message, I put this motion to consideration. I ask the Tobagonians to understand, yes, the PNM we have heard, but you have a new breed of people seeing that they want to move to Tobago and choose the PNM as a vehicle. And I ask you, as we go forward, to consider this new PNM with a brand new vision to take Tobago forward. I thank you.
Assemblyman Brebner.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I wish to raise a standing order 43-2 as an opportunity to respond to some of the things that were just said. Madam Presiding Officer, I've been sitting for the morning into the afternoon listening to what was just said. And as the minority leader leaves us, which is usually his model whenever I get to my feet, I want to probably start by telling a story about the experiences we had in 2021. And I want to start also by probably where the minority leader ended. And he ended by speaking about, well, maybe not what he ended about, because we are still trying to figure out what new PNM he's talking about, given that they're talking about the bill that was from before in the old times and so forth. But he indicated and he said, Tobago first in all our actions and our deeds. Tobago first in all of our actions and our deeds. And I want to use that, Madam Presiding Officer, to anchor the story that I am about to tell. When we contested the January 2021 election and we were in the 6-6 period, shortly after that, we got an email from the Parliament, I think it was, indicating that they were about to take to the Joint Select Committee, or maybe it was just before that, they were about to take to the Joint Select Committee these Tobago autonomy bills. And given that I have been in this House since 2017 and have been involved in Tobago autonomy discussions for many, many, many years before that. As a matter of fact, I may have been one of the younger people back then going to the consultations in Signal Hill and going to the consultations in Roxborough and doing all of that work. I remember being very excited, as a matter of fact, when we got the email indicating that we were going to have these virtual meetings and that we were going to discuss the Tobago autonomy bills. Now, when we got the email, we were invited to a meeting that was maybe the 2 or 3 days after we got the email. And then we recognized that the night before the meeting was supposed to happen virtually, that we got another email indicating that these are the documents that we are going to discuss tomorrow. And possibly because we were not in the executive, we had time at that time, late in the evening, the day before the consultations were to happen, or the day before the Joint Select Committee meetings were to happen. We actually had time to read the documents that were there, Madam Presiding Officer. And it was at that moment we recognized that the document that Mr. Orville London, then Chief Secretary, in 2016 sent to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, that the document we were going to discuss in the meeting the next day, that it was actually not the same document. And we were surprised. But when we started reading the documents, we recognized that there were several key things that were missing. And Madam Presiding Officer, I want to take us back to Tobago first in all our actions and deeds. Because we recognize that as much as we were excited to have the conversation at that time, that there were clear and critical parts of the documents that were just not what PNM Chief Secretary Mr. London sent to Trinidad as part of his legacy. And we decided that we will be Tobago first in all of our actions and our deeds. We had the conversations back and forth. We were arguing, as a matter of fact, with the Attorney General, because remember, one of the things we were talking about was this idea of sharing the resources within the space known as Trinidad and Tobago. And we were also talking about the fact that we needed to define Trinidad versus defining Tobago. And he was saying that, no, that is not allowed. And then we actually had other legal voices come in and say, but actually, yes, it is allowed because it is done in other jurisdictions. Tobago first in all of our actions and deeds. And Madam Presiding Officer, yes, the Chief Secretary spoke about the meetings that we were having, because in her wisdom, and I would say the word wisdom, independent Senator at the time, Dr. Maria Remy Dillon, did say to us, she actually called me personally, and she said, Faith, I don't like how this thing going. I don't like how we seem to just be arguing. Let us all come together to see if we can have a Tobago position forward. That is how those meetings started happening. And the document that was finally sent, and I want to take a little bit of time to read into the Hansard, the document that was finally sent to Port of Spain. Granted, at that time, I guess the instruction came from Port of Spain that those who were representing the PNM should not be a part. But this is what it says. And I'm reading. The draft Constitution Amendment Self-Government Bill 2020 and the Tobago Island Administration Bill 2021 in capital letters do not accord unto Tobago equality of status with Trinidad as is purported in the explanatory notes and the preamble to proposed bills. Contrarily, the draft bills provide few mechanisms that actually grant Tobagonians that long-awaited autonomy. These drafts ignore most of the provisions recommended by Tobagonians after several years of consultations, and that was compiled in a 2016 draft prepared by the Forum of Political Parties. It cleverly restricts the lawmaking powers that will grant to Tobago while ignoring multiple international practices in the devolution of powers as found within and outside of Commonwealth. Tobago first in all actions and deeds. After several conversations with our constituents, we can affirm that Tobagonians are resolute that there are three main elements that must be present in any legislation that will grant Tobago its autonomy. One, clear definition of the physical boundaries of Trinidad and Tobago as a whole, then the island of Trinidad and the island of Tobago. This must be accompanied by reasonable jurisdiction of the Tobago Island government over Tobago's marine space and a formula for sharing royalties from explorations of resources found in Tobago's marine space. The continued reference, Madam Presiding Officer, to the 6.8% in essence goes outside of that. Because we are talking about not just a percentage of the budget, but us looking at what was in the Tobago space if we were to divide it, and therefore allotting to Tobago a percentage of the value of the resources found therein. And by no means were we saying that we wanted all of it. By no means were we even saying that we wanted 50% of it. We just needed to work together on deciding on what that figure would be so that we could use a formula that makes sense, Madam Presiding Officer. May I also say, because I don't plan to speak for very long, that one of the things that was highlighted by the member, and I think this may be why I decided to speak, because I'm kind of hungry and want to go home, that there was a reference to a fiscal review committee in the bills, the proposed bills. And when you look at the composition of the Fiscal Review Committee, we initially brushed it off, Madam Presiding Officer, because we initially thought that it would have been very similar to the Dispute Resolution Commission that former Mr. Hutchard Charles and they used way back when to get us to the 4.03 to 6.9. But then we realized that when you look at the document carefully and you read carefully, it said, and I want to pull it up so that I'm not misquoting anything. It basically said that the committee would be chaired by the Minister of Finance, that the vice chair, in essence, would have been the Secretary of Finance, so those are two people, that there would be one additional member from the Tobago House of Assembly, and there would be two additional members from the government. So if you look at that, Madam Presiding Officer, the Fiscal Review Committee that was recommended and that they are saying would be used to determine how we get monies for Tobago. One of the things it basically said that it would have been a top-heavy government committee. And in our minds, having experience in particular, the then finance for secretary, the then minister for finance, Mr. Imbert, I am not sure that any of us was really comfortable with the idea of having a 3 to 2 member committee where it was quite clear that in any given day, we will be outnumbered with voting. Tobago first in all of our actions and deeds. So we indicated back then in this document that these were things needed to be fixed. Tobago must have legislative authority over the items listed in the 5th schedule of the current Act 40 of 1996. in addition to inclusion of some other pertinent areas. When we looked back at the list where we were supposed to have legislative responsibilities, we actually realized that instead of just rewriting the THA fifth schedule list, so we're sure and we know is everything we was doing before, they then broke it up in a kind of way that just did not make sense, where some of the areas we thought we should have had legislative, and by the way, legislative means we can make laws for. Administrative means we simply do what we are doing now, which is just implement. So we are talking about being able to make laws for them. And let me come back to present day. When we had the conversation, I recently had a conversation, for example, with the now Minister, the Attorney General. And one of the things we spoke about was a simple fact that for so many of the things that I want to do as it relates to public health, the way the law is written now and the way the Tobago House of Assembly Act is written now, I still cannot make those changes legislatively for Tobago, even though the municipalities in Trinidad, the Port of Spain and the San Fernando and the borough councils, they can make those laws for those areas. So we were saying we needed to have legislative rights over the things that affect us, the things that we work on all the time. We currently do not. Tobago first in all of our actions and deeds. This was a 15-page document. I shall not bore us with every single detail of this 15-page document, but this was never just about money. This was never just about a 6.8 or a 6.9. This was about Tobago being able to determine for itself how we develop. And what was discussed and what was placed before us in 2021 did not allow us to be Tobago first in all of our actions and our deeds. So lo and behold, Madam Presiding Officer, and I'm wrapping up, lo and behold, when just before the last general election, we heard from the former Prime Minister that all that he was willing to do was put back exactly what we were talking about in 2021 before the Parliament for a vote. We said to ourselves, this can't be it. Madam Presiding Officer, we said to ourselves, this cannot be it, because we were putting Tobago first in all of our actions and deeds. And we really, really thought that maybe we had a little bit of time to say, let me send back let me send back this letter. Let me send back this letter so that they could look at it again, so that they could put in the little pieces, because the things that needed to be changed could have been edited in before taking it back to the floor of the Parliament. It could have. But it was quite clear then that the Prime Minister then did not see Tobago first in all of his actions and deeds. And it is quite clear now, Madam Presiding Officer, that the members opposite, if they are honest with themselves, and if they are honest with their constituents, and if they are honest even with their party, they would recognize that the document that was before the Parliament for the vote, just before the general election, would not be Tobago first in all of our actions and deeds. And I will ask the members of the electoral district known as Darrell Spring Wim to really think about whether the member that currently represents them and who have been telling us that even though, and I want to give one specific example. I want to give one specific example.
Member for Darrell Springwim, I know that you know that this is not how it works.
Standing Order 42.3 only allows for a member to respond to on a point of clarification. So this exercise is against ultra-virus the standing order.
43.2.
No, she said 42.3.
43.2, and allow me to read. A secretary or assistant secretary may conclude a debate on any motion which is critical of the Executive Council or reflects adversely on or is calculated to bring discredit upon the Executive Council or an officer thereof. Member for
She said
Belgarden Glamorgan, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and possibly if the member was not busy trying to get up to leave, he would have heard me actually say 43.2. But I want to highlight clearly, Madam Presiding Officer, one of the first things that we've been speaking about, and again, we are going back to whether the members of Darrell Spring Wim are comfortable with this. The residents are comfortable with this. The document said, the bills said, in its preamble, that we were looking at the equality of status between the people of the island of Trinidad and the people of the island of Tobago, enabling them to access a fair share of the resources and opportunities available to all the people of the nation of Trinidad and Tobago. What was sent to Trinidad by the then Chief Secretary, Mr. Orville London, said equality of status between the island of Trinidad and the island of Tobago. That is a huge difference. Equality of status among people is what we already have, Madam Presiding Officer. We are all equal in the eyes of the law. The people of Tobago, when we were going through those consultations as it relates to autonomy, never argued about whether the people of Tobago had equal status. We wanted equal status between the island of Trinidad and the island of Tobago. And it was only while we were reading in the dead of that night before the next day, we recognized that they slipped in the word the people. They slipped in the people. And it is critical reading like that that allowed us in 2021 to do this document that was sent to the Parliament. And it was continued slip of the hands that it seems they were trying to do, hoping that we probably would not have picked up something as simple as that. Why we said to them at those joint select meetings, we cannot agree with that. And it is why we said we cannot agree with it just before the election, the general election. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the member opposite claims to be Tobago first in all of his actions and deeds. And I would like him to say to the people of Darrell Springway and to the people of Tobago. Is that really true? Do you agree with us removing such critical components that the people said they wanted, that your P&M Chief Secretary said was a part of all of the consultations that they went about to do it? That we know the document that said 6.8% that you are purporting would have been great, where you get a little bit of more money, but you remove the actual foundation of what this autonomy is supposed to do. Does the member still think, Madam Presiding Officer, Tobago first in all actions and deeds? And that is why those of us on this side, Madam Presiding Officer, will stand proudly, because we have truly been in defense of Tobago, and we will continue to truly be in defense of Tobago. And we will, and we have, and we will continue to stand, because Tobago first in all of our actions and deeds is accurate on this side. I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Honourable members, the question put is, whereas the people of Tobago continue to endure mounting social and economic hardships caused by poor governance, weak fiscal management, and stagnation of critical development projects, and whereas under the Tobago People's Party administration, there has been repeated reckless policy and fiscal decisions that undermines Tobago's economic growth, institutional integrity, and public trust. And whereas one decision and whereas one such decision is this administration's ill-advised rejection of the proposed 6.8 budget allocation formula enshrined in the Tobago Island Government Bill legislation, which would have secured approximately 1.5 billion additional resources for the people of Tobago. And whereas this rejection has denied Tobago the opportunity to stimulate economic, social, and infrastructural development, be it resolved that this House calls on the Executive Council to, 1, acknowledge publicly that the rejection of the 6.8 allocation formula has been detrimental to Tobago's economic and social well-being. 2, advocate for budgetary allocations for Tobago and work collaboratively with the national government to implement its provisions for the benefit of the people of Tobago. And 3, acknowledge that the people of Tobago, particularly to the workers, contractors, service providers, and small business owners, have suffered as a result of this administration's failed policies, fiscal recklessness, and poor governance. Be it further resolved that this Honourable House reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principle that the welfare, empowerment, and prosperity of the people of Tobago must always be the first and final consideration of everyday decisions made under the Tobago House of Assembly. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against say no? No. The motion is denied. Motion for adjournment.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that this House now stands adjourned for date to be fixed.
Honourable members, the question put is that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against say nay. Members, this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. Honourable members, good afternoon.